Norway, land of fjords, majestic mountains, cliffs and waterfalls. In addition to stunning geography, Norway is home to the greatest chess player who has ever lived, Magnus Carlsen. Since 2013, Norway has also hosted one of the strongest chess super tournaments in the world. And it is one for which Magnus has claimed the top prize in the last 4 years. Can anyone stop him? This time, he'll meet one of his toughest challengers ever at his home tournament, with 9 rivals all hungry to beat the best. From Carlsen's fiercest online rival today, in their first classical over-the-board battle in nearly 4 years, Hikaru Nakamura, to the young star Carlsen once handpicked as his most worthy championship opponent, Alireza Firouzja. 2 more young stars are trying to follow in his footsteps, Nodibek Abdusatorov and Gukesh Domaraju. 2 established stars have already won a super tournament in 2023, Anish Giri and Fabiano Caruana. 2 more long-time headliners seek to take their next turn atop a major tournament, Wesley So and Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. Finally, Carlsen's countryman and friend, Arian Tari, rounds out the field. Who will come out on top? Will Carlsen run the table yet again, or will someone else usurp the throne? This is Norway Chess.
Hello and welcome to beautiful Stavanger. And as we cross the halfway point of Norway Chess, the excitement is reaching its peak. Fabiano Caruana is sailing away from the competition, but his rivals are desperate to catch up. What will happen today? Well, stay tuned and we'll find out. I'm your host, International Master Jovanka Hauska, and as always, great pleasure to call all the action alongside the legendary grandmasters Judith Polgar and David Howell. Ooh, guys, it's been super excited. And Judith, yesterday we saw Fabiano Caruana notch up another classical win. What is so impressive about his play?
Well, he just plays incredibly well, very stable, and of course we shouldn't forget he has an incredible opening preparation, which he built it up in the last several years, also playing in the World Championship match. But I think somehow he's in a great form, which is not so easy to build up your best form, especially for such a tournament. But it seems like he's very calm, he's very balanced, he's extremely well prepared, and I can say that I think he's again extremely motivated.
Mm-hmm. And David, looking to the bottom end of the tournament, 5 rounds left. What can these players, and I'm thinking of big names such as Magnus Carlsen, do to shake things up?
Yeah, I think all of the chasing pack, everyone other than Fabi, they need to start taking even more risks. We've seen the players play really fighting chess so far, but it's all about the classical portion. The likes of Magnus Carlsen, he's won 3 Armageddons, but that's only good enough for 8th place out of 10. He needs to win in the classical, and at this point, they need to go all in if they want to catch Fabi.
Yeah, Fabi does seem unstoppable. And let's take a recap of yesterday's pairings. It was such an incredible day of chess with 4 out of 5 encounters heading to Armageddon. And there we can see at the top of the table, Magnus Carlsen walking away with an Armageddon win, but he had to use all his wits to defeat 17-year-old Gukesh. What other moments caught your eye there, Judith?
Well, of course, all the games are extremely interesting. Well, of course, the Fabiano game is very obvious because I think that was kind of the game of the tournament so far. But for example, it was very interesting also to see Tari playing against Wesley So. The classical game, he was not so... He couldn't show his real strengths, I think, because of the opening, and then he was kind of playing for a draw. But it was very interesting that he missed 1 move win versus Wesley So. So that was a great miss by him, and I think it's interesting how he will recover.
And for you, David, what struck you about yesterday's games?
Yeah, for me it was those 2 kind of generational clashes. Firstly, as you mentioned, Gukesh against Carlsen, just the different styles, the way they approach the game. Gukesh being maybe a bit more direct, really well prepared. Magnus trying to kind of dodge and duck and dive around just to try and survive and persevere in the Armageddon. And also Fabi just using all of his experience there to defeat Firouzja. Just a really classy game, followed by great killer instinct from our leader.
And that great killer instinct led to Fabiano becoming, well, skyrocketing up the standings. So let's take a look there. Fabulous Fabi with a magnificent 10.5 points out of 12. Ooh, looking insurmountable. And then in second place, we have Hikaru Nakamura with 6.5 points out of 12. Alireza there in third place, 6 points. Big difference between Fabiano and the chasing pack. And another standout name is in 8th place, Magnus Carlsen with just 4.5 points out of 12. But still 5 rounds left. Everything to play for, and as David mentioned, it's all about winning in the classical games. And today's matchups, whoa, we have as always a big treat lined up. Magnus Carlsen against Anish Giri. Remember, Anish Giri did beat Magnus Carlsen earlier on the year in Tata Steel. What other encounters are you eagerly anticipating, Judith?
Well, one of my favorite encounter of today is the two youngsters between Nodirbek and Gukesh, because I'm very excited to see their development, and it's very clear at this age they just have so much energy and appetite for chess that from one day to another they can improve a lot.
And for you, David?
Yeah, it's the clash between Hikaru Nakamura. We've deemed him our 4th commentator thanks to his stints in the confessional booth, and he's facing birthday boy Arian Tari. 24th birthday here. Obviously Nakamura starts as a big favourite, but for Tari, can he get a birthday present? That's the big question.
Well, we'll find out today, that's for sure. And of course, Norway Chess is the home of fighting chess, and what makes it unique is its tournament format. It's really never ever been done before, and it pushes the limits of chess in every possible way. And there we can see it's a 10-player single round robin, 120 minutes for the entire game. Sounds like a lot, it really isn't. And this is the key part, 10-second increment added after the players have reached move 40. And in the case of a draw, this is a Norway Chess specialty. Armageddon will break the tie. And of course, fighting chess means no draw offers before move 30. And there we can see the players. They are sitting there ready. Alireza Firouzja getting ready to face off against Wesley So. And ooh, looking very serious, aren't they?
Yeah, I think because we are reaching the halfway kind of point now in the tournament, they realise that it's business time. They need to start winning. Firouzja, he's only had decisive games up to this point so far, all decided in classical. So, yeah, he's come fighting. Wesley, of course, he knows what to do. Mr. Pragmatic, very hard to beat there. And now we see Hikaru against Tari. It doesn't look like he's celebrating his birthday too enthusiastically so far. Arian, it's down to business. We often say there's a curse over players when they have their birthday. It's often hard to focus on the chess. But of course, it's even harder when you have a titan like Hikaru Nakamura sitting opposite you.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, Arian Tari actually copied Hikaru's approach in yesterday's game against Wesley. So, you know, he opened up with a marshal just like Hikaru did against Magnus. And just like Hikaru did against Magnus, he played the Armageddon with a King's Gambit.
Yeah, we love to see it.
Well, King's Gambit is always fun to see, but it's not always so successful as the player who plays it would like it to happen. Of course, at this level, the players are not preparing every day against the King's Gambit, but somewhere deep, they, generally speaking, they know that it can happen on the board. But if you have the right mindset and some preparation, then they are not going to be slipping and having a bad position already out of the opening with black.
And what predictions do you have for this particular encounter, Magnus against Anish?
Well, all I know is that Magnus will be desperate for revenge, having lost their last classical encounter in January. Magnus means business as well. So far, struggling to get off the scoreboard in the classical portion of the event. Magnus will go all out for the win here. I don't think he'll be taking the safety first approach. And it just, I think it depends on how Anish emerges out of the opening. If we reach a solid position, Anish will be thrilled. How about you, Judith?
I have the feeling that Anish is pretty nervous in this game. He knows exactly as well, I think, that Magnus will go all out. He has to win, and he has to win the classical.
And there we see Magnus opening with d4. Anish actually developing the knight. What can we expect from Anish? something solid to take it to Armageddon?
I think Anish will be rock solid. It's true to his style. Judith noted a pattern in Anish's play this tournament. He loves to get the queens off as early as possible.
He will not get the queens off in this game, I think, in the opening.
What are we going to see? D5.
And Catalan from Magnus. That has been his go-to weapon of late in the last few years with white. And there we go. He pushes the G-pawn, getting ready to fianchetto his bishop. It's the Catalan.
Did he start to play Catalan on your advice or your influence, David?
I must admit, I did advise him to use different move orders to get to the Catalan because I've always been too lazy to calculate all these d takes c4 variations and bishop b4 check. But we have discussed certain lines of the Catalan. Of course, it was his main repertoire in the 2021 World Championship as well, when he faced off against Jan Nepomniachtchi. And there he tried a few different ideas as white. But this position, rock solid. Anish, also an expert in these variations, in these lines, of course.
He was playing it against Fabiano, if I remember well, just in the Armageddon game, which did not turn out to be successful for him. But I think Catalan is an opening which is loved by many of the players. I remember from the really old-timer, like Anatoly Karpov, he was playing it against me quite a few times.
Yeah, and what do we think about this move from Magnus? Very daring, right, to play the knight out to c3.
Yeah, and this often entails a pawn sacrifice. Usually white's queen goes hunting for that black c4 pawn. This is kind of a branch of the queen's gambit. Black has said, okay, I'm going to take your pawn and try and cling onto it for a little while at least. And knight c3 says, okay, I'm just going to develop and try to occupy the center. Now, black's main move, I believe, is knight to c6. And Anish was reaching for one of his queenside pieces. What will Anish go for here? This is still a very trendy line. I've seen Nodebek employ this recently with a lot of success.
Well, as we know these days, giving up a pawn and just play for positional play, also it's very fashionable. But of course, in the Catalan, it happens quite often that you don't pay attention that much on the c4 pawn. And once the knight gets to e5, the g2 fianchetto bishop opens up, and there can be put quite a lot of pressure on black's position. So I think we can expect a nice, sharp, long game here.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see Anish's body language, just head in hands, kind of reached out for the piece, retracted his hand, reached out again, kind of pausing, just trying to memorize everything. Or maybe he knows 2 or 3 different lines here for black, and he's just trying to choose which one Magnus will be least prepared against. Really interesting here. I remember Magnus beating Anish in the Catalan a couple of times, so maybe a good choice from white.
Yeah, it's very interesting to me. How does one approach facing a player as well prepared as Anish? Because Magnus has chosen the Catalan. It's a tried and tested opening. Everything has been played, and it's not going to come as a surprise to Anish either, because one just has to look at Magnus's World Championship match against Jan to see, okay, it's very much in his repertoire. And David, as you indicated, black has also developed the knight to c6, putting pressure on the d4 point. And okay, lots of games in this database I have in front of me, 94 games. And well, main move is actually to I was going to say support the pawn center, but Magnus playing in a much more enterprising way and taking control of the center by advancing that pawn 2 squares forward.
Yeah, and Magnus has played a lot of variations like this, firstly in the Catalan, also in these kind of symmetrical Grunfeld positions where he just gives up a pawn on c4 and instead of the traditional methods of recapturing that pawn, just takes the space, as you said, Judith. Engines kind of don't really like it, maybe as much as some other lines, but there's nothing wrong with it objectively, and of course, if it has surprise value, that's a bit of a bonus. And I do have a feeling Anish will start to think now. I must admit, e4 to me, it's I'm not sure whether I have looked at it. If I have, it's been too long ago to remember anything here.
Yes, because in the Catalan, generally speaking, when you have the fianchetto bishop on g2, you like it when it's open, right? That's why it's there, to have such a great power on the diagonal. And when you play e4, it's kind of blocking the g2 bishop. At the same time, it's taking control over the center. It weakens the d3 square. So this is something else. I remember once I had the Catalan game versus Ivanchuk back in Linares many, many years ago, at least like 20 years ago or something. And once I was able to jump into D3, and somehow things turned out very positively. Very short game against Ivanchuk, I won. But of course, it's not so easy to get to D3.
Yeah, one thing that I have as a general rule in these type of positions is that when white puts the knight on c3, black just holds on to the pawn on c4. So, I mean, the moves that I'd be playing is like rook b8 to try to get b5 in and just sit there and say, I have that extra material and now you do what you like with your space. I'm just surviving.
Yeah, but you're always grabbing pawns and
That's
keeping
correct.
pawns, right? You make sure it's not a debate and it's not a question. But of course, rook b8 is a very logical continuation, exactly, because if white would not given up a pawn, then white would have a great position, right? But the question is whether the compensation, how much it's going to be shown in the game. And indeed, many times after such a sacrifice on c4 and having the d4 and d4 and e4 pawn, white is not getting back, does not have the opportunity to grab back the c4 pawn. Well, we'll see how.
Yeah, we'll see how this develops. It
Also,
looks-
a6, b5 makes a lot of sense, I believe. To play a6, b5, bishop b7. So to protect the pawn from with the pawn on a6, because white not necessarily would like to play a4, because then the b4 square would get a great weakness.
Yeah. Well, certainly it looks like it's going to be a tense battle. Shall we go back to the bird's eye view and have a brief look at the other games?
Yeah, let's have a recap on how the opening phases are panning out so far. Already one game catches my eye, I must admit, and that is...
Don't tell me it's Fabiano's game.
that is with our leader, but still early days in all of the other clashes, of course.
Yes, certainly. And everyone looks like they are in for the mood for a fight. And I'm also another game that catches my eye is the game between the youngsters, Nordebek Abdusatorov, actually lunging forward with a g2 pawn to g4. That's very enterprising. It's a very scary move. Your favorite move?
Yeah, and if I remember well, either in this position or something very similar position, one of the first was to play from the top guys. It was Mamedyarov. It is a typical, such an energetic, kind of crazy in a positive way move. And actually, we are not surprised to see this move on the board.
And whilst there are some players who have come to the game in a fighting mood, I mean, the others have quieter positions on their board. I'm looking at Hikaru Nakamura against the birthday boy Arian Tari. Looks very normal, but what is Hikaru planning? And perhaps we should actually go to Hikaru, who caught up with Sverre for his pre-game insights.
You're playing another Norwegian today, Arian Tari. What do you feel about the game in advance?
Yeah, I mean, I have the white pieces for one of the few times in the tournament so far. Obviously, Arian's a very strong player, a little bit unlucky in some of his games in the early part of the tournament. Yeah, I'll try to play my best, and we'll see what happens.
You've been doing a lot of different roles during this tournament. You've been doing a live commentator, you've been pretty much hosting the shows, you've been playing chess, and you've been doing analysis of all the games. Are you trying to put everyone in the TV industry out of a job?
Well, it's not the intention, but I think I'm pretty good at it. I've had a couple of years of non-stop experience, so just trying to make it interesting. And I think, one thing I heard is that like Jan Ludwig Hammer had a lot of the same thoughts that I did. So it seems like at least the top players, we all view the game pretty much in a similar way. And I think just it's good overall because people are interested in what we think. I mean, I'm waiting for Magnus to do that too, but he hasn't done it so far, I don't think.
We're looking forward to the game against Arian. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Hikaru trying to be a one-man band after all our jobs. What do we think about that?
He can have it. He's better at me than this. So we love to hear his thoughts, right? We love to hear his
absolutely.
insights.
I'm looking forward to have at least 2 or 3 confessional booths. Making a full round what is really going on this round, and it's quite amazing that he has a very good sense of natural talent in this, that he has a very quick vision to see what's going on the other boards, though I wonder how he can manage to do all these things while most of the time I see him sitting at his board.
Yeah, just incredible stamina just to kind of play such a long game every day and then go back and still produce these YouTube kind of recaps. I guess that's why Magnus and the others, they're so consistent, just because they love chess and that's all they do every day.
You know, I was thinking about it when I was still in competition. After every game, I went back to my computer, I looked, but also I was writing down like a diary kind of thing, what I was thinking, and of course also analyzing it. When there was no engine, still only my thoughts after the game and discussing with the opponent. So somehow I had a feeling that maybe this is something similar to him, because for me it was important that after the game I close it in my mind, where I made the mistake, what has happened, what I should have done, and after that I could focus on the next game. So somehow I felt that maybe Hikaru also, when he goes back to his hotel room and he makes this recap of 15-20 minutes, somehow he makes a summary for the audience and for his fans, but also for him. Somehow it clears up, summarizes it for himself, where I made a mistake, and then I go for dinner, and then I go for the next game.
Yeah.
It's therapeutic. Yeah.
It certainly is therapeutic. And one thing that Hikaru himself said, that he actually finds streaming and producing these YouTube videos as liberating. You know, for him, he can be himself, he can sit there and just kind of see the bigger picture in some ways, because yes, you know, ultimately if he lost, it's not that big of a deal, you know, because he can go back and, like you say, use it as therapy.
Well, of course, we are very fortunate, I think, that we have a top player in the world who feels very strong for the audience and for the fans, and he feels extremely comfortable doing so. And we don't see him at the board, so maybe already now he's making his first tour, checking what the other games are going on.
Yeah, well, if this happens, we will go to our man on the board and we'll let him take it away, because his insights are golden.
You know what I want to see from Hikaru today? I want to hear Hikaru singing happy birthday to his opponent in the confessional booth for Ariane there.
Maybe he doesn't know that it's his birthday.
Oh, maybe better not to know. Otherwise, you feel generous. You feel bad for your opponent if it's their birthday. Well, at least I do.
You know, I didn't see top players being generous at the chessboard.
I was going to call David out as well. I've never met a grandmaster who's like, oh, it's his birthday, let me just give them a draw. They're like, no, you can suffer if you want to take a draw from me.
And this is the position we have. It's only move 5 in the clash between Hikaru Nakamura and Ariane Tari, and it is a King's Pawn opening. It's the Bishop's opening. I'm not even sure what to call this. It's kind of a hybrid opening, and White's last move is dropping the Bishop back to B3. And yeah, it's interesting. Just a few months ago in the Norwegian League, actually sitting next to Ariane, there was an interesting game which came up to this point, and instead of Bishop B3, White played the move F4 for ambitious.
Yes.
And White was duly punished so by Ariane's coach, and Ariane's, or one of Ariane's former coaches, he said this line is great for black. After C6, black is better. And I thought this can't be true. But clearly, if Ariane's former coach said that, then he must know a thing or two. And Bishop B3 just preemptively getting out the way of black striking in the centre with D5.
When I see this variation, I have to give a shout out to the Sussex junior kids who all employed this. I mean, whatever generation, they are all playing this. So big hello to and big thank you to Jonathan Tuck.
Yeah.
Trainer. I think you even played this, David.
From time to time. I used to play like this when I was younger. It's just very simple to remember. Just bring the bishop out, kind of get ready to play F4 very early. And like you say, there's a whole generation of kids in England who this is their bread and butter. They probably know far more than we do in this position. But meanwhile, D6, does that surprise you, Judith? Black just pushing the pawn one square instead of trying to fight for the centre.
Well, D5 somehow looks a logical move after in this position, but after Bishop B3, White probably has something in mind, taking on D5 or playing Bishop G5 and somehow to have that pin and put a lot of pressure on the D5 square. It is something I like for Black to play only to D6, opening up the bishop diagonal, also ready to go knight BD7. After C6, it's not only supporting to play B5, but sometimes you can go B5, or even if White has this strange idea to play F4, then Queen B6 can be unpleasant, right? So also knight G4 at some point can occur, and it seems to be extremely solid. Black has a nice position so far, that's for sure.
Yeah, and I guess if we think about it, if we flip the board and have reversed colours, if White's bishop were back on c4, then this is exactly the Italian game. And so basically, Ariane, he's playing the Italian game setup with Black, just... Well, he's playing it, yeah, with the colours reversed. So really interesting. Usually there, White is fighting for an advantage. Here, he's got the exact same with Black. Of course, a tempo down. But yeah, he's going to be hoping that that could translate to something more tangible, maybe a bit later on. Of course, this c6 pawn does dominate the knight on c3. So Black has maybe more opportunities with pawn breaks in the centre. Still early days. I think we'll come back to this one a bit later on.
Shall we go to the bird's eye view and have a look at the other games that are in play? And I'm very excited by a few of them. Shall we first of all check out how tournament leader Fabiano Caruana is doing against one of my most favourite grandmasters, Shakariar Mamadjarov? Because,
the position is hot.
Exactly.
This is just crazy stuff. This must be preparation. It's so wild. At this early stage, we're only at move 16, but the players, they're rattling off their moves. White was going for checkmate there. There's pawn imbalances all over the place, all knights off the board already. And this is the mess that we see in front of us. Should we do a recap to see how we got here? Let's go from move 1. It was the English opening, making me and Jovanka very proud here, very patriotic. The English opening. And after c4, e5. It was the variation with all the knights coming out, 4 knights, and e4. This was seen in the World Championship match between Ding and Jan Nepomniachtchi. Knight takes e5 now, a nice tricky move here, tricking the black knight forward so that White can initiate this fork. White will regain the piece, and after d takes, knight takes e4, Black winning the pawn back, level material now with a nice pin. White has this move, queen to f3, which was introduced by Magnus Carlsen against Fabiano Caruana in the Grand Swiss in 2019. And now, rather than playing knight takes knight, which we saw in that World Championship match, Jan taking the knight and retreating his bishop, d5 from Mamadjarov. Fighting move in the center. I must admit, I'm not too familiar with this. I know d5 was playable, but it led to some chaos, and this must be the chaos that has happened. Just bishop e2, and look at this. d4 from Mamadjarov. These players have done their homework, utilizing the pin, but giving up the black knight for the white knight. And after white castles a3, we see another trade of pawns. The bishop drops back. White lining up and checkmate now on h7. This is fast stuff. Of course, there are options, but really nice aggressive play here, forcing g6 and e6, Judith. Oof, lining up a nasty checkmate along this diagonal.
It seems like Mamadjarov is absolutely in his home preparation, as he instantly went queen e7. It's very important to defend the bishop on c5, so after queen e5, it's not a double attack, attacking the bishop and the checkmate on g7, so black can go f6. And after that, black could take the e6 pawn. So queen e5 would be something not good for white. I believe that white will have to grab on f7.
Take this pawn.
Or maybe it's also possible to play big queen f4. By the way, what about rook a e1 instead of moving the queen?
Wow, rook a e1.
With the idea that if bishop e6, then queen e5, right? So that would win material.
Here, black's bishop would drop off the board. Wow, this is so scary for black, I've got to say.
Absolutely. And if queen e6, then I would be going maybe queen h4.
Attacking the queen. I don't know what to play here. Queen d6, for example.
Yeah, maybe queen d6. So after queen h6, bishop d4.
Yeah, but something feels a bit smelly for black.
Could you go bishop f6 so that you meet?
Nice. Queen takes d3. The white queen will come in with a nasty checkmate. What's the name of this checkmate? Just the kiss of death.
I think it's like Lolly's checkmate, but I don't know whether Lolly's is with just the pawn. But anyhow.
Checkmate is checkmate.
Checkmate is checkmate, yeah.
And yeah, this position just looks too scary for black, surely.
Okay, so let's see after rook a e1 what black can do.
Wow. I mean, you don't want to play a move like f6. You block the diagonal, but you leave white with this huge passed pawn on e6.
Could you corral that pawn, though? And but it's very difficult to even develop the light square bishop and the rook on a8. So, no, that gets my veto. But maybe you...
I would just resign here as black, thinking I've been out-prepared. Okay, he plays this almost identical idea. Yeah. Rook
Maybe he
F1.
wanted to make sure the a3 pawn is protected.
Oh wow, I forgot that one was even on the board.
I saw it on. It was attacked. I just didn't believe it that it's possible to capture it. And then I would rather have my other rook on f1 defending the f2.
Yeah, exactly. Jovanka's rubbing off on you, her influence, the pawn grabbing club. Bishop takes a3 if the white rook had moved away from a1. But now, like you say, Judith, there's going to be ideas against this pawn. For example, in some lines you can, maybe not now, but you can start thinking about f takes e6 and taking on f2.
Yeah, but maybe the idea is of Fabiano that if black is taking on e6, he's making so much damage in the king's side and also blocking the c8 bishop that after that, anything, probably rook e2. I mean, compensation forever, that's for sure. And maybe you can just go queen e5 anyway and give up the material.
Yeah. Even in this position, it needs to be calculated. Queen e5, bishop takes f2, and we just hide. And there's all sorts of threats against this black king. Computer, of course, the evaluation power will say 0.0, but if Mamedyarov hasn't analyzed this, hasn't studied it, doesn't know exactly what to do, then it could well lead to disaster. Over the next few moves. This just looks terrifying for black.
Well, it's definitely something extremely sharp, and in the next 3-4 moves, it has to be seen whether black is balancing or black has huge trouble. Because right now, it looks, one thing is sure, it looks very scary.
Yeah, and this is where preparation can be treacherous. Sometimes it's better to know nothing than something, because Mamedyarov, he's paused for the first time in this game, and if rook to e1 wasn't on his radar in his preparation, then he might start to panic. I know I would, at least.
Well, that would be very scary if Fabiano's home preparation will work and he would, let's say, make a quick win, because that it's really like he's a racket, no stop.
Yeah, it's like a dream, isn't it? So I turned on the engine just to see. I wanted to check how narrow is the path for Shaq, and his computer's top move is a5.
What?
Yeah.
Rook a6, of course.
I thought about that with f6, but only in that kind of aspect. Second move is pawn takes e6.
Yeah, so pawn takes e6 is probably what he's calculating, but it just looks so scary. That's the thing. And maybe he'll come to the conclusion there's nothing else. Pawn to a5, that's superhuman kind of restraint. The only way he'll find that is if maybe he's seen a similar idea in his preparation.
But I think it's incredibly scary if you're out of book and out of your preparation in this position, playing against Fabi. I mean, it's one of the most unpleasant situations what can be. I mean, look at that bishop on b2. It's just ready to get the support for the queen and give checkmate. And development is much better for white. So a5?
I've been in this situation myself. Just when I last played Fabi in a classical game in the Grand Swiss, I thought I prepared the variation of my life. I prepared 20-something moves. And then, of course, he went one move deeper. I sat there thinking, I know the computer says 0.0, but why? It looks like I'm lost. And, of course, within 3 or 4 moves, I was indeed lost. He just knows everything to the end. And after the game we discussed, he was like, oh, you know, you could have done this. It leads to this queen sacrifice and a forced draw. And I was like, okay, I was never going to get this. And that's the problem with going through these computer lines. He knows the human aspect as well, and he goes deeper than a lot of the top GMs.
That was my experience as well with Fabiano, you know, because I managed to survive the opening. I don't know how, but I did. But what struck me was that I was just kind of playing my intuitive chess, and he had calculated out a sacrifice that I had on the board. You know, he'd finished it to the conclusion. And I think a lot of people would have just gone, no, that's just way too scary for me to play with my king out there in the open. But Fabi was like, no, needs must, and I will do what the position demands. I was very impressed by that.
His calculation is really extremely strong. I started to look at a5. Can we go into this?
Yeah, let's go in a5.
Because it's interesting that I think black will not take on e6, but it can easily happen that the f2 is weak because white will have to capture on f7. Though I think it's, I don't think we can take with white on f7 because rook takes f7 and white cannot go away from the exchange because otherwise queen d5, bishop f2.
Yeah, a queen trade will more than suit black. I think black will be very safe if the queens disappear from the board. So if white cannot take on f7, this is the
What
idea.
about playing queen f4 or queen f3?
But
f4 maybe.
yeah, again, this might lead to that variation we mentioned, Judith. If black does get kind of greedy now and take on e6, we're basically committed as white to going in to try and get through this diagonal, and we're committed to this exchange sacrifice,
Okay.
which might just be very good for white, but...
Does a5 makes all the difference?
it's closer
Yes,
to promotion.
because the rook on a8 can come and assist the king 20 moves down the line. I'm sorry. I couldn't
Sometimes
resist.
it's the case.
And Fabi most likely knows exactly what's going on in both of these lines. Bishop takes e1. Let's try and follow it through. Firstly, do we jump in or do we just
I think
take?
there is no reason to rush. So what about taking? Though maybe after rook e1, king f7 will be the move.
King f7. Oh, still feels scary somehow. Yeah, the king wants to hide back on its starting square on e8. Yeah, you're right, Judith. Maybe the king just hides now. Let's go back and see. Let's investigate what happens if I do get greedy instead of taking this bishop, if I check.
But the thing is, if you take queen h8, king f7, takes on h7, king e8, can you avoid the queen exchange?
Maybe not. The problem is after bishop takes pawn, the king hides on d8, and a check can be blocked by the other bishop.
Rook d1.
Yeah, suddenly the king hides.
And there's rook f1 in the air as well, so
Whoops.
tricky.
Tricky stuff. And this is the type of thing that's going through Shaq's mind right now. Of course, he's going to see these variations that we do, but he also knows that Fabiano knows the truth. And that's the
Bishop
hardest thing.
f6, such a nice move. It just doesn't work. It just
Oh.
doesn't work.
And Shaq, he is a
Wow.
genius. He's so creative. He does find the top computer choice of a5.
The rook is coming. So white needs something quick. And
Actually, I still believe that it's home prep for both.
Do you
yeah,
think so?
I have a feeling Shaq knew that a5 was a possible move either in this exact position or in similar positions. And yeah, if you know that the idea exists, if you can't see anything wrong with it, he can go for it.
No, he can find it. He's a player who can find such a move, but still, he spent only like 12 minutes. So it's kind of tricky. We discussed it yesterday, that when you know your prep, you know the line, are you still spending some time hesitating, thinking about other options, convince yourself that it's going to be okay or whatever.
And talking about preparation, I would be very interested to get your thoughts on two positions. The first one I'm going to ask our Grunfeld experts is between Wesley So and Alireza Firouzja. What do we think? Are these players treading well-trodden paths and it's going to head into a very simple draw? Or
Do you want the good news or the bad news, Jovanka?
bad news first.
Okay, the bad news for Firouzja fans maybe is that he doesn't often employ the Grunfeld. And actually, after he went for the Grunfeld on move 3, Wesley went into a long think. This is one of the main lines of the exchange variation in the Grunfeld. And Firouzja, the fact that he's been thinking for a long time means he's maybe unaware of some small details of the nuances. Yeah, that's the bad. Well, actually, maybe that's the good news. That even I'm getting confused here. The good news is that Firouzja isn't 100% sure and, of course, will want to fight. So maybe he'll try and keep the game going. The bad news is Wesley has employed this exact variation multiple times, and every time it seems to lead to a forced draw. Maybe we'll put some variations on the board shortly, but I think we might well see it play out.
This is all theory.
Yeah, this has been heavily analysed.
It's just both of them are trying to recall the lines, which to choose, how to try to pose problem to the other one. But there is a great chance to see an Armageddon.
This isn't the windmill variation, is it?
It is. I'd never heard that name before, Jovanka, the windmill.
It was coined by Simon Williams in one of our shows.
That's because later on White has this windmill technique of checking on g7 with the white rook, then going away, then coming back to g7. It's like a windmill. You go back and forth, and it ends in a repetition of moves. And yeah, I'm trying to remember how it's gone, because it's been years since I've studied this variation
I was
myself.
also playing it with black. I remember once playing against Boris Galfand. He was really maybe the biggest expert at the time, back 96 or so. And I was very proud, I said. if I want to I have to prove that I'm really there in the top. I have to fight in the field where they're experts. So this is what happened, and then I made a very interesting game, and it was draw equal.
Mm-hmm.
It was a good game.
And did that strategy work out for you?
Well, sometimes it's the case when you want to level up on the next stage, then you have to fight on the territory where your opponent is the best.
Mm-hmm. Interesting, because I've spent my life avoiding that where possible, and I try to create my own stronghold. So,
but also when you have no choice, like I was a Grunfeld player at the time, and also King's Indian, of course, but he was also an expert in King's Indian.
Mm-hmm.
So I said, okay, King's Indian, he knows too much with white and black color, and I know that objectively, of course, if you're very well prepared, then you can get in trouble. So Grunfeld was a more sound opening, which I was playing already, and I said, okay, expert, I understand, but I have to do my job. And I have to face in this battle.
And how many hours did you dedicate to actually mastering an opening such as the Grunfeld?
It depends how much it fits you, to your style also. But of course, when it gets very concrete, and in the Grunfeld there are endless lines to work on. I mean, move 7, there are deviations, many different lines. So you have to know your opponent, how and which direction he is going. So against Boris, I didn't have to work so much before the game. But of course, when you develop a new opening, depending on the opening, you have to understand many things. The strategic part, the patterns, the middle game understanding, also what is the outcome in the structure in an end game. You have to look all the model games, and then it comes to the concrete moves.
Yeah. Okay. Well, interesting here. Looks like this is mainline stuff. Shall we move on to a different game, or?
Yeah, I agree. We'll move on. We'll see how Firouzja develops here. I'm expecting the move rook a to b8, at least back in the day when I used to play this position. That was the move I used to play. But yeah, Firouzja maybe unaware of all the nuances. Not his home ground here. What will he go for? That's the question.
Okay, and finally, I've been having twitchy fingers about this position for a long time. It's the matchup between Nordibek Abdusattorov and Gukesh, because Nordibek just employed one of the trickiest lines against the semi-Slav. And almost this line has kind of been forgotten about, and it's occasionally wheeled out as a surprise.
Yeah, I agree. I've been playing this line a bit myself as black, and once, I think the most recent time I played the Slav, I realized at the board that g4 was an option and that I hadn't looked at it ever. And luckily my opponent didn't play it there, but this is really ambitious stuff from Abdusattorov. Let's go back from move 1. This is the current position on move 12 now. As you can see, it's chaotic with white's pawns in the center. White's rook, what's that doing on g4, you might ask? So let's see how we got here. We did start with 1d4, and by transposition, we got to the Slav. It started as a queen's gambit declined, and here c6 transposes back, and after e3, knight d7, queen c2, we see g4 on the board. And this is based on the idea that after knight takes g4, accepting the gambit, rook to g1, if the black knight moves away, then the pawn on g7 is no longer defended because black's bishop has vacated the f8 square. So black fights fire with fire, doesn't back down, queen to f6, counterattacking, hitting the undefended white knight. And after a capture of both knights, we see h3, just very quiet move there. I guess the h-pawn was hanging, and after queen to f6, this is a proper pawn sacrifice now for white. e4, initiating chaos, and h5. So a hit on the white rook, but the big question is, firstly, can white get away with a move like e5? Can white get away with a move like bishop g5? Or does white simply have to retreat and step away with that piece? Where to even begin analysing this one, Judith?
Exactly. That is a very pertinent question. So I think it's the perfect time to leave everyone on a big cliffhanger and take a quick break. And in the meantime, we do have to mention that there is a fantastic chance and opportunity for you all. And don't miss your chance to win Diamond membership this Friday. The chess.com Discord server is hosting an arena with 4 Diamond memberships up for grabs. To stake your claim, join the Discord at go.chess.com/Discord. Then head over to go.chess.com/connect and connect your account, and you're done. You can now compete in the weekly arena for our Discord community and win free Diamond membership. Use !Discord in chat now, and we'll be back with more chess right after our first break. Don't go anywhere.
Chess.com's game review recently got a major update. Here are 4 key notes. At the end of each game review, you will now see a summary of the game from your coach, your performance rating for that game, and a quick grade for you and your opponent in the opening, middle game, and end game. We've added a new classification called miss for when a move fails to take advantage of an opportunity, but it is otherwise a sound move. We've also changed the definition of blunder. Now a move will only be considered a blunder if it loses material or allows a checkmate. Coach will now draw arrows and highlight squares when you hover over or click on the highlighted words in the move explanations. This should make move explanations easier to follow. Finally, Coach's explanations will now reference specific pieces and threats in explanations, making move explanations much more intuitive. The new game review experience is available on chess.com right now.
Oh my goodness, knight d8? Whoa.
Bishop g5 with mate.
No way!
It has to give it. Mate! You bloated mate!
Chance, rook f7. Oh, whoa, no! No! No!
Welcome back, and we did leave you on a cliffhanger as we were exploring the position between Nordabek Abdusattorov and Gukesh. So let's cut straight to the chase and dive into all the action on that board. And what are we thinking? The position is still wild.
The position is still wild. I asked a big question, what to do with white after black's last move, kicking away the white rook, and Nodebek answered that question in the break. He simply stepped back to g2, a retreating move, and Gukesh answers very quickly there. Bishop to f4, getting out of the way of any hits with those central white pawns. And Judith, I need help here. Black is a pawn up, but everything's happening in the center.
Absolutely. There was a huge question whether e5 was possible or not, but for Nodebek it was clear that he wants to keep the tension in the center. He rather has more pawns than an extra piece, because probably he could go for a piece. After bishop f4, now it's a big question whether white now would rather play e5, or maybe he's going to be exchanging the piece on f4 and then somehow keep the pressure. Also, the question is, what about taking and take on g7, grabbing back a pawn?
Yeah, lots of questions. We have to jump in here. The position is so concrete. It's so forcing that the players will be calculating a load right now. And after bishop takes f4, let's check this one out, Judith. Bishop takes f4, queen takes f4, rook takes g7. Regains the pawn, regains the material, means the black king will never ever castle kingside. Not sure it wanted to anyway, but what could black reply with here? Looks very healthy to me.
Well, it's one thing to talk about the black's king not castling, but white can say the same thing, right?
True. We cannot castle now with the queen on f4.
Yeah, the question is now how black is going to be developing his pieces, and possibly one day he would like to castle alongside.
Takes a long time. Black needs to move the knight, then needs to move the bishop out the way, then needs to castle. At least for white, if you kick the black queen away, you are ready. So I quite like this, I've got to say. It looks like quite a safe line for white. I don't see any downsides.
But let's say what happens if d takes e4.
Yep.
And let's say after knight e4, black goes knight f6, trying to eliminate the very active knight on e4.
It makes a lot of sense. You know, black is in a great deal of danger, and you've got to play that knight f6 move, otherwise c5 will cement the d6 square.
And only one ambitious move to keep the knights on the board. I'm a bit worried. It feels a bit loose for white, but let's try knight g5.
g5, I knew it, but I tried that out. But after knight g5, I think rook f8.
Defending the f7 pawn.
And it's very important that for the moment white cannot put into safety his king, long castle.
Yeah, I'm trying to make something work with taking on f7 and queen to g6, but it never quite comes in here.
But maybe you don't need to make anything work. Maybe you can just sit. Like I'm thinking of bishop g2 or something.
Yeah, I can develop the bishop. And I guess black will try to at some point play bishop d7 and castle, but it takes a long, long time. Oh, this position's so tense.
Oh.
Well, maybe after bishop g2, bishop d7, knight f7 might be a move.
Knight takes f7 with the idea that rook takes f7, queen g6. And there's some kind of chaos happening here.
Yeah.
But maybe knight g4.
Yeah, knight g4. And black gives back a piece, but black is also hitting the f2 pawn with the queen suddenly. And this counterattack looks like it might backfire on white suddenly.
There is another way of trying for white, maybe to take c takes d5 in the position what we have on the board. With the idea if e takes d5, then e5. So then somehow the pawn structure seems to be better for white. Or if c takes d5, then some point knight b5 can be unpleasant.
And the white knight maybe now or in the next few moves can start using this this square as a launch pad. Also now black will never ever castle queenside because there will be something on the c file. Yeah, I'm not sure I want to open up this black bishop though. That's the only downside. Now if the knight comes out the way, then this black bishop might be very well placed on c8.
And after e5?
Then okay, I keep my bishop defended. I'm just thinking if I get one more move, knight b6 or knight f8 or something, then black I don't think will be worse, or shouldn't be worse. Everything covered.
Yeah, because the d4 pawn is dropping after bishop takes bishop.
Yeah, suddenly this pawn might be loose as well. Yeah, really tense position. If we go back to the game, then I'm just trying to think, are there actually any options? If we do play e5 immediately, of course the same thing. Black plays queen h6 and again, unless we trade now and go for the g7 pawn, then what next? Suddenly I'm struggling to see the alternatives for white.
Yeah. It feels like black has got enough defensive resources there.
But I think can we check once more? Bishop f4 takes, rook g7. Because after d takes e4, I would be taking it with the queen, I think.
Aha. Yeah, slightly counterintuitive, but maybe in this exact position it's more annoying that black's queen is so active, removing black's best piece. And there are threats like knight d6.
But once the king steps to f8,
we have
rook
to go back.
g3, let's say.
and
the d6 square is...
it's vulnerable, isn't it? You know, you can just see a situation with c5 and knight d6, and white's pieces have the greater freedom.
Yeah, this can be unpleasant. So maybe after queen e4 or d takes e4, maybe not the move. But queen f6 was possible to attack on the g7 rook and the d4 pawn.
And now the white rook will be forced back. I'm not sure where this time. Let's say I go the whole way back just for argument's sake. Maybe not the best
g3.
square. Yeah, maybe g3.
Yeah, with one g3. So after queen d4, c takes d5 and d takes d5.
I was slightly worried you would hit me here with the pawn, but now I can move again.
Rook e3.
Rook somewhere, yep.
I'm just happy to be on the e file.
Yeah, developing across the board makes a lot of sense. Who needs to castle when you can develop a rook like this?
And what about, I know it's like so risky.
Okay.
I was going to suggest c5, but I don't. That really is bad.
In this exact position?
Yeah, in this exact position, only for tactical reasons. But I realise it's so risky.
I think
so
he takes
bad.
d5, and after cd, knight d4 comes with a tempo. That would be the first thing I would think.
But
maybe.
Yeah. I like how the evaluation bar is always
tricking us.
A firm judge, you know. Oh no, not good. But one thing that I do know in these type of positions, because is that when the white rook comes to g7, you tend to go king f8 to hide your king there, and then you centralize your queen, and you prepare for the endgame that way.
Maybe king f8 is the kind of efficient way to kick back this rook while not retreating the black queen, keeping her active, stopping white from castling queenside. But maybe something similar will happen there. White's rook retreats, and again, it's up to black to decide how to release the pressure. I think either way now, Abdusattorov in the game position, the only thing we've seen so far is taking this bishop and taking this pawn back, restoring the material balance, and still some questions for black to answer there. Gukesh solid as black, but it feels like that's the most practical way to do it.
Well, there
right
is
now.
still another idea I would come up with for white. What happens if white takes on d5, c takes d5?
I'll take back.
And what about e5 now?
Well, I will move. The question is what next? I can't get it out of my mind. The fact that black's knight, if it ever gets around to e6, will hold
Take
everything.
on f4. I go knight e2.
Okay, everything with tempo. Let's say I go back. I just want to stay on this diagonal to stop you from
f4.
castling. Oh, coming at me now. And let's say I move my knight somewhere. I'm not sure where.
I want to go f5.
Oof,
Is it too much? You go knight c4, knight e3?
Maybe I come in. Maybe it's just very concrete. If I didn't have this move knight c4, maybe you just steamroller me. But here,
it's very
tactical.
complicated. Definitely, you have to guard the squares that you leave behind when you push pawns. There is one alternative, which is like we've been looking at, like pushing the pawn to e5. What happens if you just accelerated the play completely by exchanging all the pawns?
Just taking everything in the center here. Also a good question. I do wonder whether black castles.
Well, maybe just castle now.
Yeah, castling into the line of fire, but suddenly white's king is also maybe living a charmed life, regretting the decision to open up lines in the center. White can't castle, and for now, black's king is safe. So yeah, very good question, Jovanka. I mean, this is one of the things the players will be calculating for sure, but
at the same time, it looks extremely open for white, for the white king, right? And also black has a nice active situation, and if he's ready to go back to knight b6, open up the c8 bishop, then it can be also very much double-edged.
Definitely.
Yeah, so let's await that decision from Abdusattorov. One thing I wanted to mention as well is that these guys have history. Actually, the Olympiad last year was decided pretty much in this individual clash when Gukesh was completely winning, outplayed Abdusattorov, but then failed to find the knockout blow, and suddenly things started turning, and Gukesh blundered. Abdusattorov taking the win, and Uzbekistan pretty much won the Olympiad because of that one game. So maybe a score to settle.
Definitely. I actually asked Gukesh about this issue because the two later played in a championship that I was commentating at. And there, Gukesh won. And we asked him, what was it like playing Nordebek? Do you want to sit down and have revenge for that very important victory that Nordebek had against you? And his reply was so very pragmatic. He just said, no. Yes, I had that painful moment against him, but I've had great games against him where I've enjoyed critical victories because of beating him. And so he just said, I don't think about things like that. And I found that was a very mature way for he was then 16 at the time, to approach things, that felt very Zen-like.
Well, I think it's important. Some players, I know that they have this revenge kind of feeling. But I think it's better to have a healthy attitude that, he can thank to himself that he made those mistakes, right? Mm-hmm. He created the winning position and he missed several opportunities. And not only that he ruined it to a draw, but he even lost the game in a very crucial moment. But I think he understood that, of course, it was very close to the gold medal if he wins that with the big group, with the youngsters, right? But everything is ahead of him, and of course the opponent takes the opportunity and punishes you for your mistakes, right? So he has to be self-critical in a sense that he made the mistake. Next time he has to correct it, and he has to deal with it within himself, not to project it to the opponent.
Right, because there have been some players in the past who've just simply never gotten over big moments like this. And, they've come up with various reasons in their life, like why it didn't work out for them. They were arguing with their ex-wife, or they were arguing with their trainer. They weren't feeling 100% well. So many excuses.
I remember one special case when I met Ivanchuk for the first time back, I think it was Lucerne at the Team World Championship back 87 or something like that. And I remember that Ivanchuk was one of the biggest hope for the crown after Kasparov. And he was just showing to everybody his missed opportunity against Kasparov, which he just played like a month ago or something. And he was showing it to everybody. Look at this. I missed this opportunity. I played such a good game. And I think it took him a lot of energy and time until he could get over with that. But this is something very important. How fast can you get over on very painful losses, even in very critical positions and critical moments of your life?
Yeah, one thing I've always failed and struggled to do. But meanwhile, we see the bird's eye view, and now we've recapped every opening. Of course, games are developing apace, and I'm getting drawn by the Magnus Carlsen against Anish Giri clash, because it looks like Magnus, who sacrificed a pawn out of the opening, he's given up another pawn. Also, a strange inclusion of H-pawn pushers in that battle. Is this inspiration? Is this genius by Magnus Carlsen, or is it just preparation? I think we have to jump in there to investigate what's going on. And Judith, we talked about this kind of modern strategy of just giving up a pawn, just playing as if nothing happened. What do you think of this decision by Magnus to give up his d-pawn if black captures?
Well, it's interesting because this is one of the reasons black played knight c6 immediately, that he puts pressure on d4, and normally you would think that, okay, tied down the queen on d1, so white cannot play queen e2 because the pawn is hanging, so white has to be playing bishop e3 first to protect the d4 pawn, and only after that the queen can move out and make a developing move. So now it's a critical moment, I think, in the game, and we see Anish really having his head in his hands, very much focusing, calculating a lot, also probably hesitating how much is it a home preparation for Magnus, how much he really knows what he's doing, and how good is this idea, because many times it happens that you're just testing your opponent, and if he's playing the best way, it's not going to be anything special. Maybe it just goes all the way to a drawish game. So obviously, the first thing Anish also has to calculate, what about knight d4?
Right. That was the question that I've been waiting for you to say. And I've been saying, take it away, David. Show us why.
I wish I knew why. It looks like a free pawn to me, and I'm also a member of the Pawn Grabber Society. Let's bring up a board just to try and quickly get to the root of this dilemma. Does Anish Giri take this pawn? I guess the alternative is to play the move b5 just to keep the c4 pawn intact. You cannot really let that one drop, otherwise white will have the pawn center, the space advantage for free. So knight takes pawn, and I'm assuming a trade in the center, and again I'm assuming rook to d1, kicking away the black queen. You can kick her in different fashions, bishop to e3, but then I worry about queen to d3, just gaining a bit of time, threatening a queen exchange. Black can bully white here a bit because black is temporarily 2 pawns up, so I don't expect bishop e3. I'm thinking rook d1, hitting the black queen. She steps back, she steps away, I'm not sure where. Let's say c5. Another hit, and the question is now, what can black do? Can you keep this pawn alive, the c4 pawn, or can you kind of feel forced now to put your queen on a really clumsy square? I'm struggling to find safety, actually. I'm looking at this square, b4, I'm looking at the cross this way at h5. You don't really want to go back to c6 because you will get hit along this diagonal. Suddenly the Catalan bishop opens up. Judith, do you see anything for black here to make Anish feel confident?
Well, I feel also instead of bishop e3, there is another idea about e5, possibly, and the black knight is pushed back, and then to play bishop f4, and then knight e4 can come with huge energy, and queen g4, and there is a checkmate ideas over there.
Yeah, without the king, without the knight on f6, looking very scary actually here for black.
Yeah, and Magnus, they're revealing to us that he is in a very fighting mood. And incidentally, just before the game, Sverre, our reporter, caught up with Magnus, and he did hint that
Hvor viktig blir det å prøve å presse frem en seier med tanke på tabellen i dag?
Har du sett tabellen?
Jeg har sett tabellen, og jeg vet at Anish Giri er fryktelig vanskelig å vinne mot, men spørsmålet er egentlig, kommer du til å ta større risiko enn vanlig?
Det kommer litt an på ham også, men kommer til å prøve å vinne i hvert fall.
Lykke til.
And there we see Magnus saying that he will be trying to win, and his play certainly indicates that, putting Anish under pressure right from the get-go.
Yeah, and I'm confused. I think if I were in Anish's shoes as well, just looking at the clock times, just looking at the way the game's gone, I would not know whether Magnus is in preparation or not. And that kind of psychological limbo is extremely hard. If you know your opponent's in prep, at least you can calculate your way out. You know that they're not bluffing. But here, if he senses that Magnus is freestyling, then he might get ambitious himself, Anish Giri, and that uncertainty is confusing at the best of times.
Well, it can be a big debate with yourself when you have such a situation, I think, that you're continuously, well, okay, there are two options, right? It's either I capture the pawn or I play b5. If I play b5, then there is a little psychological game what Magnus won, that, okay, I offered a pawn, you were chicken, you didn't take it, you play b5, after that I play rook d1, and I'm going to put my bishop to f4 in one move, or just keep it there and give other threats, d5. Or e5, knight e4, there is also this kind of play, and focusing very much on the king side. And then you're hesitating. Well, come on, after all, it's a pawn. It's the second pawn I can take, right? So let's calculate it again. And what did he play?
He played b5.
He played b5.
So psychological loss there, you think, for Anish?
Well, it's difficult to say whether objectively, I don't know if knight d4 was possible to play, but I think if b5 is not really bad, then it's a logical choice to play b5, because after that, for sure, it's going to be a very complicated game, and there are a lot of things can happen, calculations, tactics, and after all, one pawn is still up for Anish, right? While knight d4 could be very passive, and on the top level you will find very few people who like to grab pawns and have a passive position for a long term.
No longer the times of Steinitz, where he was saying, you know, it's worth it to suffer a little bit for a pawn.
Yeah, that's one of my weaknesses. I notice materialism. Just I see material, I tend to at least allow myself to suffer in return for it.
Yeah, but also if, let's say, this would be move 22 position, and it would be 99% that none of the players are in the books and home prep, then of course it's another story, right? But when you're hesitating whether, I mean, really you want to take that pawn?
No, I would have been terrified to take that pawn because the queen gets kicked around a bit. But the position is going to explode open because white has to prove that they have some play for this pawn. And so I was kind of looking at like moves like rook d1, or do you just go d5 immediately?
Should we jump in and see what Magnus is going to do? Let's try and get inside his head now. Anish has not taken up the challenge of grabbing a second pawn. And, okay, I was going to try and get inside his head. He answers the question for us. Rook to d1 first. They do say threat stronger than the execution, so now d5 is potentially a threat. And it's really uncomfortable for the black queen to be stared down by the white rook.
Well, I think it's the most obvious move, because if you would play bishop e3, then it wouldn't make any sense to play queen e2 first, I believe. And anyway, you want to keep the bishop for the moment on c1. And of course, d5 is something that black will have to look after. This is the big question. d5 and e5, both are in every move you have to calculate and count on that. That actually I like more e5, and after knight d5, knight e4. But it would have been probably too early. So white wants to keep the option how to continue. And also after knight d5, by the way, sometimes can't knight d5 be the move if queen d5 is not possible?
Yeah, if you can force black to take with the pawn, then yes, black has a queenside pawn mass, queenside pawn majority, but white has great attacking chances, right, Judith? Bishop f4 can come, sometimes even e6 can come. And yeah, white has the advantage on the king side. That's where the action might happen.
But it seems to me that the position is very complicated. If we go back to the position after rook b1, bishop b7 is very logical. Also knight b4. Sometimes you just go there and knight d3. It really bothers white's camp.
Yeah, so let's say bishop b7 and Magnus tries the other pawn d5 to try and hit immediately before anything dramatic happens.
With the idea e takes d5, e5, right?
Yeah, this must be the idea. I think taking with the pawn, just to show the audience, knight b4. Firstly, this pawn might just drop off the board. Secondly, this knight is coming into d3, blocking, kind of plugging everything here, and it's only black having all the fun, unless white has something, any immediate tactics that we don't really see. So the whole idea must be, after e takes d5, e5.
But you know what? Maybe I would sacrifice the knight there with knight b4 anyway.
Typical idea, giving up the knight, but look at all these pawns. If they start rolling c5, d4, d3, they'll be far superior to a piece.
I love that movie voice you put on there, David.
My Darth Vader voice.
Yes.
Yeah, bishop takes f6. This looks great to me. The evaluation bar, less
probably
convinced,
bishop
but
e3. Stopping
okay.
and controlling the black squares, that can be annoying for black. And after knight d3, probably knight e1.
Maybe an argument as well for capturing sometimes, just removing.
Yes, indeed.
But knight e1, yeah, just get rid of this beast on d3. And white does have the extra piece, so really complicated. If white didn't give up the piece, if black didn't give up the piece here with knight to b4, as you mentioned there, Judith, going back feels a bit counterintuitive. At least now it looks like white's having all the fun. e6 maybe in the air.
Well, this is too nice to be true.
Yeah. But this is what Anish has to calculate. And yeah, d5 looks like the one that Magnus is going to go for in the current position if he's allowed. And Anish needs to get ready, brace himself for impact, because it's coming. And look at this jacket off from Anish. He means business. He knows that this is a critical moment in the game.
Oh, this one is brewing up really nicely. So we will keep a close eye on this one. Shall we go to the bird's eye view and take a look at some of the other encounters? And the one, of course, I'm dying to revisit is the game between Fabiano Caruana and Shak Mamedyarov, because that one was, I didn't know what was happening, to be honest. It felt like either it was fantastic for Caruana, or yeah, Shak has got his preparation in, and it's okay for black.
Yeah, the one thing we can say about this game is Shak is not on the attack. He's very much on the defensive right now. And it's just about whether Fabi, first of all, Is he still in preparation? Does he know what's going on? Is his attack dangerous enough? We see Fabiano away from the board right now. The game has progressed 2 or 3 moves since we were last here. And White's last move, just like in the Magnus game, was rook to d1. And yeah, there's still a pawn alive on e6. That makes me scared for black. The black king really open if white gets time. Maybe we'll see h4, h5, trying to use that h-pawn as a battering ram to open up lines against the black king. Oof, I would be terrified still as black. But 1 or 2 moves if the queens ever disappear. Safety, maybe.
Well, it's a very challenging position for black, I believe, because if we see that how harmonious and active pieces white have, right? And this is what Fabiano does in this tournament. If I look back on his games, he has a very healthy way of playing. You will not really find any of his pieces being somewhere in the storage in the position. You know, somehow you will see that all the pieces are playing and they have its role. I mean, you can hardly imagine a more active position as it is right now with the bishop pair. And there is a huge question for black. How can he get out of this very difficult position? f5 is never possible practically because queen e5 goes back. Rook cannot take on e6 because from bishop on e4 goes bishop d5 and pins the rook. If black plays c6 to stop bishop d5, then the rook on a6 is cut out completely. The queen from e7 usually in such a position is not something you want to move away because then suddenly white can maybe just sacrifice on e7. So black has to be incredibly accurate in order to make his moves.
There's no doubt about it. Black is living on the edge. And it just feels like one mistake and he could be in serious trouble.
Yeah, one such mistake might be getting greedy, going pawn grabbing. Suddenly you mentioned this pawn, you alerted me to it, Judith. Don't take on a3. I think, like you said, there will be a release of the blockade. The black queen will be forced away and the white pawn will just simply run through.
And I'm just noticing one more thing, that after rook a d1, you know, bishop b7 might be an attacking idea. After bishop d7 to control with the rook the 7th rank, going rook d7 and capturing on c7 afterwards. So that can be a deadly threat right now.
Wow. That's a nice idea, right?
I think we have to jump in and show this. And look at Mamajaro's body language. He does not look happy at all. Looks like he's suffering. He would love to have the white side of this position, you've got to say. It suits his style. And just, Judith, to show your point there, pawn to a4 or just any waiting move might just allow bishop takes b7 and the rook coming in. And suddenly it's chaotic, but it looks like it favours white with the rook getting to the 7th rank. Only one safe square for the queen, and I mean, can we go for checkmate? Do we just take this pawn as you pointed out
bishop
there?
f6 is not bad at all, but also queen c7 was something that I was considering.
Yeah.
Somehow.
The windmill.
On the 7th rank. Yes.
Something on the 7th rank. There's going to be a checkmate here, and black's bishops are both dropping, so maybe a threat on the board. In the current position with bishop takes b7.
So somehow I have the feeling that black can make and find the right move by eliminating all the rest.
Yeah, you can't play a slow waiting move. You cannot capture this pawn, as you mentioned, just because, well, I assume you can't because of some pins along this e-file. I don't see a knockout blow for white, but must be something somewhere, you would think.
Well, it is something that actually black should check it, right? But what about taking on b7 first, and only after that, when the rook moves, come back to d5?
Yep. Level material, a pin along this diagonal, pin along this line. Scary stuff. Maybe black is okay. The evaluation bar hints that black has a defense, but...
Well, probably king g7 or king h8.
But yeah, okay, maybe king h8 just so there are no checks on c7. But
yes. Yeah.
At the very least, I can start thinking about taking and cashing in on this pawn at the end.
Oh, hang on a second, because the evaluation bar just shot up.
Jumped.
I thought you can just simply exchange everything on e6 and go queen c7. Queen e2 maybe. Queen e2, rook f1.
So just to show this, queen takes c7, winning a pawn. Queen comes to e2. And rook to f1, defending. Yeah, white's going to be a pawn up.
Yeah, I think we had to start with the rook exchange on e6, because after bishop e6, rook b2 would have been...
Ah, yes, of course.
Counter.
starting with rook takes e6, and it leads to the exact same variation. So, as you said, process of elimination. If this doesn't look promising for black, then you rule this one out. You can't pass. Like you said, Judith, rook takes e6. This is just a pin and a win for white. Maybe rook d6, just to try and trade off pieces, and to try and stop your idea, Judith, of getting the rook into the 7th rank.
After rook d6, I thought maybe rook d5. Can I go rook d5 or just go b6?
I guess
your
I just
piece is on the right track.
Also, now that you've occupied the d5 square, maybe I can take here. Now there's no
bishop e6.
Or bishop e6.
No, rook e6. No,
rook e6.
Rook e6.
You've kind of taken away the d5 square from your own bishop there. So
let's see. Rook d6 makes a lot of sense. So what about taking on d6?
Okay, I will take back with the bishop.
And now I have to move something really good. If I can. Queen
f3, queen.
One of these. One of these squares, maybe.
On queen f3, I thought black just plays c6, covering the d5, and threatens to take on e6.
Yeah, the more pieces come off the board, the more this pawn looks like a weakness than a strength.
And okay, black would eliminate a very active rook, right? So the exchange of rooks, it definitely helps black to be able to defend.
Yeah, so far this looks like the most promising to me in the game position. Like you said, process of elimination. I don't see anything other than rook d6, to be honest.
And you can't do anything fancy if the rook comes to d6. Like one common idea is to like lengthen the diagonals. And I was looking at ways of doing that, you know, radical stuff with g4, g5, but that's obviously going to take time.
Yeah, g4, g5 to lengthen this diagonal. There's maybe h4, h5 at some point to lengthen this diagonal.
What if I go bishop d5? You can imagine what my plan is, some bishop f6 stuff.
Yep, I will ask the question.
c6, I think I can go bishop f6, right?
Okay, bishop takes f6.
Or I can't.
Rook takes?
Queen f6, of course. What else?
Yeah, it's a check.
So you check me.
But rook d5? No, not rook d5. Takes, check.
Maybe just pawn takes? Let's say I just take this bishop.
You take and queen f8.
Yeah.
So simple.
I'm still scared, but looks like everything holds. Black has 2 bishops for a rook in this final position, material advantage.
So after rook d6...
Yeah, maybe Shaq's okay. But he's in the tank now. He spent about 11 minutes, so I think it's kind of a good practical use of time here, a good investment if he finds rook d6 or a similar move to keep the game in balance.
He knows it's a crucial period of a game, because I can't say that it's a crucial moment exactly, but this moment is something where you have to spend the time. He went down to 121, he spent 40 minutes, almost similarly. Fabiano also spent so far 35 minutes. It's nearly move 20, but you know that if you make one move, it can be over. If you make the precise moves, maybe you're getting away with this awfully dangerous position.
And I think the jury's out still here on this position. So shall we go back to the bird's eye view and have a look at some of the other games? And one game I am very curious about, and that is the game between our 4th commentator, Hikaru Nakamura, our man on site, against the birthday boy, Ariantari, who celebrated his 24th birthday today. Now, the reason why I kind of wanted to pull up this position is because Hikaru has put his knight on the edge of the board, and there's always like tactical possibilities when that happens.
Well, I think it's very clear. Nakamura said it also that, well, basically Tari is not doing so well so far in the tournament, and he's the underdog in this tournament. So obviously he wants to win the game, and I'm pretty sure that he wants to win the game first in the classical game. He knows that he has to catch up or try to catch up to Fabiano. They are on the lead, right? They are in the top 2 seed. So he knows that this is his chance. He has to try whatever it takes. And knight h4 is the kind of move that, okay, I'm ready to fight. I'm ready to pull out my sword, and shortly I show my intentions to be jumping on your neck, knight f5, king h1, f4. So to be kind of aggressive in this position.
Right. And how aggressive can Hikaru be? It sounds like how low can you go? How aggressive can you go? Okay. Let's knight f5, king h1, bishop g5.
I think it's also very important to pose problems to your opponent. And this is also the case by playing knight h4, that now white is asking black, do you allow me to go knight f5? Or you play g6 and you make weaknesses and allow me to play bishop h6. If you move your knight, you go to c5 and e6, or you're going to make knight b6 to open up your bishop, but then you block your other bishop. So there are a lot of questions to be answered in this position for black, and you can easily spend your time on this move and then the next move. So this is one of the most important technique and tactics for strong players playing against weaker, that maybe you cannot win just like that, but you have to pose problems and you have to force your opponent for making decisions.
Right. And if you do make a move like king h1, we also have to consider that Ariane too has some opportunities. The knight on h4 is loose. Our moves like knight takes pawn on e4, are they in the air?
They certainly have to be calculated. Let's maybe jump in. We've mentioned a few ideas here for white, and let's try and figure out which one Hikaru is going to go for. So you just mentioned king h1 there, Jovanka. I'm not so sure about knight takes e4 because white can simply recapture, and bishop g5 I think traps the queen on h4. So this arises. I actually fell for this exact trick when I was young, 2 or 3 times. I was like, oh, they've put their knight on h5. It was like with colours reversed, and I went to grab it and got trapped. So bad flashbacks there. But king h1, yeah, maybe something to do with this knight. And often, just I'm playing by analogy here with colours reversed. Here, white is playing the Italian game. Black is playing the Italian game just with colours switched, and often you don't have to worry about f4 that much. You can kind of just ignore. I'm wondering about maybe knight c5, as you mentioned there, Judith. Now f4, maybe knight takes e4 is an issue because this knight might be threatened. For example, f4. I'm wondering. Now you can get away with it. Maybe.
D takes e, queen h4. Yeah, it seems like quite okay for black. Probably queen f3.
Yep, queen f3. Black has won a pawn though. It feels like black should be safe enough. Maybe bishop e6 just to kind of kill your scary, kind of potent bishop here on a2.
Yeah.
So yeah, after knight c5, if f4 isn't possible, then it does beg the question: is king h1 the best use of a tempo? And maybe you want to use that tempo in other ways. The other move that the two of you mentioned, and also very attractive, very natural, knight f5. It hits this pawn, gets nearer the king. Ariane is surely going to move his knight out the way, at least hinting that he might capture this piece.
Queen f3 was played.
Okay, queen f3 in that position also possible, but same idea from Hikaru, queen to f3. And okay, he's just keeping this one up his sleeve, up his pocket for later.
Yeah, like still asking Tari, right? Like, are you sure you don't want to play g6 and stop my knight to go to f5? And also, of course, after queen f3, if let's say the d7 knight is moving away, bishop g5 can be unpleasant to pin the f6 knight.
It's much more flexible. I think that's a great idea. In general, in chess against lower rated players, kind of keeping them guessing is a nice motif. And Hikaru gets away from the board. That gets my hopes up every time that he's coming to update us on his thoughts.
I think this can be a time when he shares his feelings about his position and the other games, because this is a moment already where he knows more or less where he's going, right? He knows his plans. It is very clear that he wants to be very active and go straight forward out. It's really a question what about knight c5, because somehow that seems to be the most logical to me, to open up the diagonal for the bishop and play bishop e6 to eliminate the white square bishop for white.
Indeed. Certainly it looks like a good antidote there for Ariantari. And it's time for a quick break, but don't go too far because we will be back in a few minutes with all the thrilling action.
What's the best way to follow any chess event from the Champions Chess Tour to the Candidates, Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, FIDE World Championship, and so much more? Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, Opening Explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tie breaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps and experience chess like never before.
Is anybody in Snoop's camp playing chess? Is that happening or not?
I haven't seen it. There's some smart people in the camp, so I wouldn't be surprised if people are versed at it.
Really?
There's a lot of college-educated people. You know, I unfortunately am not one of those sophisticated people that play chess in the camp.
What you talking about, man?
I don't play chess. I mean,
You know how to play.
listen, there's a difference with knowing how to start a car up and then driving Formula One racing. It's a difference.
Norway, land of fjords, majestic mountains, cliffs and waterfalls. In addition to stunning geography, Norway is home to the greatest chess player who has ever lived, Magnus Carlsen. Since 2013, Norway has also hosted one of the strongest chess super tournaments in the world. And it is one for which Magnus has claimed the top prize in the last 4 years. Can anyone stop him? This time, he'll meet one of his toughest challengers ever at his home tournament, with 9 rivals all hungry to beat the best. From Carlsen's fiercest online rival today, in their first classical over-the-board battle in nearly 4 years, Hikaru Nakamura, to the young star Carlsen once handpicked as his most worthy championship opponent, Alireza Firouzja. 2 more young stars are trying to follow in his footsteps, Nodibek Abdusatorov and Gukesh Domaraju. 2 established stars have already won a super tournament in 2023, Anish Giri and Fabiano Caruana. 2 more long-time headliners seek to take their next turn atop a major tournament, Wesley So and Shakhriyar Mamadyarov. Finally, Carlsen's countryman and friend, Arian Tari, rounds out the field. Who will come out on top? Will Carlsen run the table yet again, or will someone else usurp the throne? This is Norway Chess.
Welcome back, everyone. And we've had an exciting start to round 5 of Norway Chess. And for those of you who just joined us, I'm your host, International Master Ivan Kahauska, and it's been great fun calling all the action alongside grandmasters Judith Polgar and David Howell. And whoa, could you have expected that the pace has heated up so much? Or...
Oh, it's quite getting into it, I must say. Of course, we have 2 incredibly interesting games already. Fabiano's game against Shock and also Magnus versus Anish. But on the other boards also slowly, but it starts to boil.
Yeah, and for you, David...
Yeah.
Have you expected that the players have come out with interesting opening ideas, some novelties, this desire to win?
I think if you'd asked me before the tournament, I would have been impressed. But at this point, it's becoming normal. It feels like every round they're trying anything just to beat each other. And yeah, here we have 5 really tense games. Some more exciting than others, of course, but all of them have the potential to really heat up. And we see on the camera there the clash between Wesley So and Alireza Firouzja. Firouzja has been burning a lot of time on the clock. You can see from his body language he's clearly worried about his position, and I think we have to go there for an update. It hasn't fizzled out to an early theoretical draw. That was, I think, the main fear. And also, I do have bad memories about this exact position, so maybe I'll share some of those with the audience. Here we see that the game has progressed. White's active rook on the 7th rank has disappeared. We see a trade. White does have the bishops, though. White has this very strong pawn on d5. It's always a debate, the Grinfeld, whether this pawn is a strength or whether black's a pawn is more important. But right now, black is behind in the race, and also this pawn attacked. And yeah, I remember when I was about 12 years old, I had, I think, this exact position, and it was in a correspondence game with a teacher at a school that I was going to go to. And he played chess. I think he was about 1600, 1700 level. And he was like, okay, let's play a correspondence game by mail. And he was like, no cheating though, no books, no computers. And of course he crushed me. And years later, I looked, every move of his was the top computer choice. So a bit naughty there. Shout out to that teacher. You know who you are. And I just remember in that game, I very quickly started running the a pawn, and I got punished. White, after I think I played king f8 in that game. White played bishop e2, and he just rolled forward with f4, e5 very quickly, and I was rolled off the board.
Well, indeed, this is the big question in this system, that black has great pieces, right? Knight on e5 stands outstanding there. But white wants to go back. First of all, the g5 bishop is putting a lot of pressure, attacking the e7 pawn. So the question is whether you play queen a3 or rook e8 or possibly king f8. And then white wants to go bishop going back to e2. And then really the storm starts with f4 and e5. So this is the big question, whether can black stop this? And for this reason, actually, the queen on a2 stands pretty well, because many times the knight comes to c4. So after f4, the e3 square gets weak. And of course, it is the big question whether the A pawn will ever be a great pass pawn or it's going to be a weak one.
Yeah. It's an interesting dilemma here as well, because the first thing that jumps to my mind here is I wasn't necessarily thinking of immediately defending the e7 pawn. I was thinking of trading that knight for the bishop. Now, I know optically that knight looks great on e5. After all, it's a fantastic blockader. But at the same time, you feel like the more pieces that get traded, the closer you are to that draw. But is this like a common pitfall for black?
Well, you're right, Jovanka. Often it's maybe too tempting to capture a bishop like this one, but it might just come down to concrete variations here. If you could maintain this knight on e5, you'll be loving life. The knight is a great blockader, as you say. It's got tentacles all over the board, but unfortunately it's about to get hit within the next two moves if white gets time to retreat. So yeah, taking on this square, the problem is it might just improve and accelerate white's play. After the white queen recaptures on f3, you still have the same dilemma, how to protect this pawn, and white's rook is then ready to slide across, white's queen very active. Yeah, I'm trying to recall what my opening notes say, what my opening analysis says. Sometimes you can get away with a move like bishop f6, but again, that one kind of is very risky. You allow your pawn structure to be compromised there, and it's all about the bishop pair. So right now it's definitely a difficult position. And okay, there in the featured chat we do see that one of our viewers is saying bishop f6 is the only move to maintain equality in this position. Yeah, it rings a bell, bishop f6, but yeah, very committal and maybe not obvious to someone like Firouzja who doesn't employ the Grunfeld on such a regular basis.
Yeah, I just checked and it is the engine's top choice. Second choice is queen a3. Definitely don't get tempted to trade the bishop, the knight for the bishop.
Well, of course, bishop f6 seems to be a very concrete move and actually posing quite immediate question whether should he exchange on f6 and after ef6 can he go back bishop e2 and quickly play f4 to push away the knight. But one thing is for sure, black has to play it very active, because when black goes passive play, knight, let's say after f4 goes back to d7, that gives all the opportunity for white to conquer in the game. But black should be trying to go to c4, and it's very typical that the queen stands on a2 and puts pressure on the bishop on e2, so white cannot go queen d4 or can't come out so actively immediately, because he has to watch after his bishop to defend it. And of course, when you start playing a5 and then already crossing the half board and you push a4, then suddenly white really has to be careful on about that passed pawn. And it is sometimes it happens that you just simply simplify the position. You end up in a rook endgame where you have a good passed pawn. White has, of course, a very nice center with e4 and d5 pawn, but or even passed pawn. But it can be not enough in many cases.
Yeah, and meanwhile we see that Firouzja didn't ask that question. He didn't pose a question to that bishop, instead retreating with queen to a3. Also a logical move, also approved by the computer, as we mentioned. And now there's a question, is this a threat? If so, does white simply retreat?
You know, it's also interesting that with the bishop on g7, somehow you don't want to give up, because once the a pawn reaches to a4, a3, then most of the time there is no way that white can stop that passed pawn. So black needs one or two moves, and this will be the question, whether will he get there. So if, let's say, bishop moves back to e2 and prepares the move f4, then, for example, black can maybe play a5, f4. But f4 is also tricky because the queen on a3, so you can give it check on e3.
Forcing the king to move?
Yeah, it's a question if you can... yeah, I was thinking that fe5 is not a threat, but bishop takes e7 is, right?
But you can play some like snappy defensive moves, like for instance knight c6, unless...
Ooh, flash.
But I might...
That's a nice one.
But
using
I
the pin?
might rue my words, because there is a strong pawn on c6, and the knight on c6 is loose.
Yeah, really.
You mean d takes c6 is possible?
You never know.
Maybe d takes c6 takes and rook d1.
Yeah, exactly.
Learning from Gukesh from yesterday.
Just to show this on the board, queen takes now, there would be a check and checkmate along this back rank. Black's bishop caught in the crossfire here. White king will be safe on h2. Beautiful tactics, Jovanka. Could we see a variation like that? Either way, if we go back to the current position, I think bishop e2 is pretty much guaranteed. Just there's nothing else really productive to do. There's too much tension. Knight takes bishop is too big of a threat in some variations, ties down the white queen. So I think the bishop will simply drop back and the question will pass back to Firouzja.
Actually, there is a question for me. After bishop e2, you know, h6 makes some sense. To ask the bishop where it's going to go back, because if you go to f4, then you don't have the move f4, right? If you go back to e3, then the f4 is not threatening temporary because of the a3 queen putting pressure on the e3 bishop. So maybe h6 after bishop e2?
Yeah, let's jump back in on the board here after queen to a3. Bishop e2 looks like it's nailed on at this point. Feels like Wesley's guaranteed almost to play that move after a short think. h6, your suggestion here, Judith. I do wonder, firstly, like you said, bishop h4. I wonder about this one as well. It looks a bit odd, just to gain a bit of time against your queen.
Ah, you want to push me back?
I'm just desperate to play f4.
Okay, so queen b4 or queen c3. Queen c3 is also a great spot, but queen b4 is also pretty good because attacking the e4 pawn.
Yeah, I like your queen b4 somehow instinctively.
I think queen b4.
Yeah,
because tempis are extremely important right now.
And if I do get courageous and start pushing your knight back?
Knight c6 maybe, but knight c4 was my original plan.
Jovanka's idea is contagious. Knight c6. Yeah, knight c4 as well, and it's really tense. Again, white always wants to step forward, but it's hard to achieve this. Kind of you lock out this black bishop, but at the same time, a move like this one means that this pawn in the center will fall. So this is double-edged. And yeah, black is so active right now. It could certainly go either way, this type of position. So that's what I think Wesley's calculating right now. Bishop e2, I don't really understand why he's thinking. I don't see another logical move, to be honest. You need to firstly activate your queen. You need to get the queen kind of active, and yeah, f4 is the bigger of the two deals here.
But it can be the case that the reason he's not making this most obvious move, because he wants the opponent to spend the time, and once he plays bishop e2, he wants to be ready to make and flash it out his next move, whether it's going to be h6 and where he puts his bishop, or a5. So maybe he wants to get ready that I play bishop e2, and once h6 I'm just flashing out bishop c1, and then also I know my next move. Because it's not nice if he's making after few minutes, plays bishop e2, then black plays the move, then again he thinks another 15 minutes, right? So somehow he wants to be preparing himself, and he has plenty of time because he spent only 40 minutes up to now, and he has much more time still than Firouzja. He was spending nearly 1 hour already up to this point.
Yeah, this is where I'd be sneaky though. I see my opponents left the board. They've gone away from the board. I'd quickly make the move, press the clock, and hope they lose 2 or 3 minutes. While, again, I guess he could be thinking Firouzja's time there. But yeah, I have no doubt eventually he'll play bishop e2, and white's pawn center, white's bishop pair against the potential, the activity and energy of black's pieces. That's the current status quo.
Well, let's see what he's going to be up to, and switch to... Which game to switch? What do you think? Let's go to Magnus.
Let's definitely go to Magnus, because it looks incredibly tense. Anish Giri still a pawn up, but is having to play with a very passive position.
Yeah, so this game between Magnus Carlsen and Anish Giri, it's developed by 2 moves since we were last here, but 2 very important moves. We see that white still has the option of some central breaks, but the question is this the moment? Black's last move, rook e8, I really like it, I've got to say. Rooks opposite queens are often a great deterrent to the position opening up, and now with white's queen is stuck on e2, it's really... well, it feels unlikely that d5 will be a viable option, at least on this turn. So what do we think here?
So you can break through in the center, but I've also seen people play, namely against me, is put the knight on e5. And their whole concept is, okay, well, you know, get a good piece. After all, it's somewhat unpleasant for black to actually capture that knight in the center.
Yeah, but for now, after knight e5, I think black can capture on d4 with the tempo, and after that stabilize the knight with c5.
I forgot about that basic point.
So for now, it's black is still safe completely against knight e5. And it's interesting that I always like to say that when you play an opening or you study an opening, you have to understand what is the spirit of the position. And in this kind of position, you know it by heart that where your pieces are more or less standing, right? With white, it's very typical. You will find hundreds of games like this, where white has the queen on e2, rook on d1, the 2 pawns in the center, bishop on f4, you have h4, and then you start, well, maybe sometimes bishop h3, sometimes d5 or e5, a4, very rarely in such a position because after b4. And with black, it's also something very common to have the pawn chain of a6, b5, c4 protecting each other. Bishop has to be standing on b7, right? The knight on c6, many times it's there attacking the d4 and going knight b4, knight d3 options. And rook on e8 is also something that is very common because it's a prophylactical move to play against possible d5. So the next move probably black would be playing bishop f8 to put even more prophylactical ideas behind rook e8.
Yeah, so what could be a useful move here for Magnus? You mentioned a bunch of plans, but it doesn't look like there's anything too direct. What order will he improve his pieces in? How will he kind of prepare to eventually break open the center?
I have an immediate question, but probably it's not good because I wanted to go somehow queen e3 and to put in the threat knight e5 or bishop h6 potentially. So the idea is to defend the pawn on d4.
And you mentioned maybe it's not good. Is that because after queen to e3, black can, I guess, play knight g4?
But then I would come back
retreat
to e1 or d2. Probably to d2.
I like that idea. Can I suggest one of mine? It's a bit radical.
Let's jump in and try to study some more of these ideas. Jovanka, you mentioned another idea in this position?
Yeah, I mean, black is very cramped. I mean, because their pieces are tangled on the queen side. So I thought, you know, do something which is a bit anti-Catalan, but actually move the bishop to h3 in order to get some free hand over there on the king side. Because I also want to go, but look, I can see the bar hates it. This is not to be done. So obviously...
Well, I don't know. Let's follow through with the idea. Let's say black plays a move that Judith mentioned, bishop f8. What was the follow-up? Was it to push pawns? Was it to explode open g4, g5?
Eventually. Yeah, I mean, I wanted to go queen e3 and also g4 and just enjoy that extra space that white has on the king side. And I can see, well, one thing I can see that the bar is like absolutely
I think
not.
knight b4 can be strong at this point.
Okay, so maybe you can kind of wait with this kind of idea and just make a preparatory move instead of bishop h3. So maybe you can just go a3. I mean, is that a good move to kind of take away this possibility of black playing knight b4?
Yeah, it crossed my mind a3 as well, just to prevent knight b4 forever. So d5 might come with more power, but you've also weakened the b3 square. So there might be some world in which black plays a move like knight to a5, maybe jumps into b3. It's hard to call here. I mean, it's going to become very concrete as well. And wow, Magnus does commit. Maybe he sensed that this was the moment, now or never. And e5 on the board. So something you mentioned earlier, Judith, attacking this knight, and it's really committal because it does give away this beautiful outpost in the center, d5.
Probably it means that after knight d5, he wants to take it.
It must mean that, right?
Though I'm not sure, because after knight d5 takes queen d5, I was thinking at first to go knight h2, but that would be a mistake to queen g2 and knight d4 tactics.
Boom. Ouch. Discover check wins the game. Yeah, you only emerge up with 2 extra pawns, but
I thought naively that I go knight h2, then I come d5, knight g4, and then the attack is there on the king's side. But it's not an option.
Could it be knight to e1 then, just to cover this square so the white king will never get lured forward? And when the black queen moves, then d5, maybe?
Well, that's definitely something to consider, I believe.
Maybe d5. Okay, the evaluation bar is mocking our moves here. Maybe we start this actually with something you mentioned earlier, something like queen g4. Just on the board, just to pin and try to win. Threats, bishop takes h6 here.
And also the pin, not only on the g5, but also the pin on the e6 pawn, right? So d5 will be much stronger.
Yeah. Maybe this is Magnus's idea, knight takes d5, and just to point out, if the pawn takes, then it's something we alluded to earlier. Now, the queen side is basically completely closed, the center completely closed, and yes, white is a pawn down, but white can play on the king side, maybe with a move like e6 in this position, or maybe a slower build-up like queen e3, as you were mentioning, and knight h2, knight g4.
Or I'm not sure, maybe white wants to go after knight d5 to go back to d2. Can you imagine that? Oof. And if there is a possibility knight e4, and if black takes on c3, then bc3 with a better pawn structure than before?
Possibly, although from my experience, the move, I mean, if you can get one more move here, like knight e7, put it on d5, black would be safe. And yeah, it's up to Anish Giri now. Will he go into all these forcing lines that we've been mentioning? That's the big question.
And well, we have a very unique insight from another man that we have on site. Magnus Carlsen actually went to the confessional, spoke in Norwegian, and told us that he's trying two plans. Plan one was changing his looks. Didn't work. So the other plan is to sacrifice a pawn as soon as possible, which would bring him success in his best times. And then his whole plan is play in the center. Let's see if that one works. What do you guys think? Change looks? I always like that. That's the plan A. And then plan B, freestyle in the center.
Well, you know that the chess players were much more, I think, but even nowadays they are superstitious. So obviously you had your winning pan and you had your winning sweater. That's what I had with my first big international success. It was my winning sweater, so I had to have it every game. It was 4-day event. And of course, when things are not going on your way, you try to look for some small details and change your habit, your routine, your whatever. And of course, Magnus understands that he's kind of rusty in this tournament so far, so he really wants to go and win a good game.
Okay, I'm going to put you both on the spot. Have you ever done the Magnus approach of changing your looks and then just kind of going, you know what, I don't care anymore. I'm just simply going to play chess and whatever happens will happen?
I didn't change my look, but it happened that things didn't go on my way. I said, okay, I'm not going to be preparing today, just something very little, and then I go for a walk. I want to be in the right mindset. That was much more important than a preparation.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I've never sacrificed my beard because I can't grow a beard, unfortunately. So I've never done the Magnus Gambit in that regard. But yeah, I have often tried to shift things up. Sometimes, you know, turn up in new clothes, or, you know, change up the routine completely, have a lie-in or wake up earlier, go for a run, that type of thing. But either way, I think change of routine is key when results aren't going your way. And meanwhile, we have a couple of moves, dramatic times on the board. He's still a pawn down. That sacrifice has been long-term Magnus Carlsen. But will he be repaid? That's another question. It's hard against the top players in the world, even if you're Magnus, to kind of win on demand, to switch things up and kind of go on that winning streak. But you predicted it, Judith. Knight d5, answered by a capture, and now Anish calculation mode. We saw head in hands just briefly there.
And I think also when we talk about Magnus, I mean, he's still #1 in the world. He gave up. He made a very strange, unexpected decision just after the candidates tournament, saying that, okay, I give up my title. I'm not going to be fighting for my title. And I think that mindset must have been, in one hand, very difficult to make the decision, but he wanted to change things in his life. And I think now he's in a period where he's kind of doesn't feel so comfortable at the chessboard. Somehow things are not going on his way. Maybe the preparation, the opponents are not playing the lines he would be the most comfortable with. And so he's somehow looking for himself, how to give and pose the biggest problems and challenges for the opponent.
And do you think, like, somehow, like, giving up the title, that maybe he's a bit more relaxed with his preparation, maybe more relaxed with, like, having the pressure to play tournaments?
Maybe more relaxed, but again, for chess, it's not clear whether that's a good thing. Sometimes you need a certain level of intensity. You need to be focused. Unfortunately, chess has evolved, so you need to do a lot of work in classical chess just to get a fight. And yeah, Magnus, he seems like he's in a good place. I don't think he misses the world title too much, but at the same time, chess results, there are some questions. I think, unfortunately, he's achieved everything there is to achieve, so there's going to be questions when he doesn't win. And meanwhile, we do see knight takes d5 on the board, Judith.
This is the reason that, okay, he achieved everything and more than that, right? But at the same time, it's very difficult. Once you achieved so much in the chess world and you're the #1 highest rated player, it is very difficult, I think, to look for motivation. And why, how, and it's okay, he wants to play, he wants to win, but in deep down he has to explain it to himself that really, what is my motivation to play, to win another game, to win another tournament, to be #1 for another 5 years? Is it really going to make a difference in my life? So what is that it makes it special to win a tournament or to play a good game? I think that's what he's very eager also to, simply to play well, to make some very, very tasty victory, right? That would please him.
But do you think that he's getting as much joy now from chess as he perhaps used to? Because, I mean, let's face it, he's been playing chess since he was a kid.
I can ask the question back at us here in the studio. Do we enjoy it as much as we were kids? Because I guess with age, you see more, you learn more, you understand more, but yeah, that thrill of kind of not knowing anything, that can be refreshing as well.
Well, to enjoy chess, I think that's not a question. In my case, that I enjoy chess very much, even though I retired from competitive chess. I can find its beauty. I'm enjoying it a lot, commentating here and watching the games. And for me, it's not a problem. They make mistakes or whatever. So the game, I think it's something that a professional player enjoys in different forms. But when you have the competition aspect and you have to analyze again and again and over again the same lines, and you're kind of stuck and you're frustrated with that, that can take away your enjoyment playing in a tournament, for example. I can't imagine Magnus not enjoying some chess brilliances. I can't imagine Gary, who retired already nearly 20 years ago. I mean, I know how eager he can be with the chess study puzzles or something, some brilliancy idea. So chess itself is really engaging, I think, in my case, definitely.
Right, but maybe not in the context of a competition, so to speak. And have you ever had like an existential crisis where you just thought, I don't want to do chess anymore, but what am I good at?
No backup plan. That's the problem. Chess players, we tend to be good at one thing, and that's chess. I normally have that kind of crisis of confidence when results aren't going my way. Often I'm like, wait, was I ever good at chess? Like, how did I win games in the past? I can't win at the moment, but I don't know. Like you said, Judith, the love is still there, so I keep coming back. How about you two?
Well, it's, I mean, of course, you have points in your career. I had also somewhere in the year 2000, I won some events, but I also, in the beginning of the year, from 99 to 2000, for example, I had some crises when simply you feel nothing works on your way. The opening preparation, you have a winning position, you don't win, you just simply don't get good positions. So there are different levels of getting disappointed with yourself. And these moments, it's very hard to recover. But I think the most important thing is to calm down, and in a slow pace, you recover with your self-confidence, playing with players who are lower level, somehow gaining games, being surrounded with players who believe in you, who support you, to get new ideas, maybe to start working with the new training partners. But you definitely have to change. But I think generally this is one of the most difficult things in life and in a sport career also. How can you recharge, and how can you restart if you have to, or make dramatic changes in order to develop further?
Yeah, And just to ask you, I mean, how did you recover from that tough patch? Because you mentioned you made some changes in the chess playing side of it, but on a personal level, I mean, did you do anything? Did you, for instance, take up sports? Did you push yourself in other ways?
Yeah, that was always important for me, to be consistent on that, and to do some sport, and maybe to learn something more or switch to other sport. But patience is also something extremely important to have, not only at the chessboard, but sometimes with yourself.
I like that. Patience. Are you patient, David?
At the chessboard, yes. In life, less so. I get impatient for things all the time. If someone hasn't replied to my email immediately, I'm like, what are you doing? But at the chessboard, yeah, patience is key. And yeah, I think the patience is linked to belief. It's like belief that things will turn out well in the end. You will get that result. You will improve. You will find that love again of the game.
Yeah, it's something that whether you're convinced that you're on the right path, right? Then patience and time works on your end. But now in the position after knight d5, it seems like Anish is very uncertain how to decide to capture it with the queen or with the pawn. And this, I can say that it's a very important moment of the game.
Yeah, it's two completely different decisions, right? If he takes with the queen, then it's going to get very sharp, very tactical immediately. Basically, white is going to go for the black king, white's going to explode the center, and either you're fine there and you calculate your way out, or you might be in big, big trouble. If you take with a pawn, however, you'll be fine. You'll survive the next few moves, that's guaranteed, but long term, white will have compensation. Kind of strategically, is that desirable? You lock out your light squared bishop there, and you might well get checkmated on the king side slowly. So it's kind of, do you want the slow burn approach, or do you want the fast kind of fireworks?
Yeah, this is where I'm going to put you both on the spot, and I'm going to ask you to bet. What do you think Anish will go for? Queen takes knight, fireworks, calculation, ahoy, or are we going to see the more solid approach?
I know what I would do, but I don't think it's what Anish will do.
Okay, what would you do?
I would take with the pawn, just because I'm reluctant to calculate too much at this early stage. And Anish, it's only move 14. He's down at 47 minutes. I would kind of be a bit pragmatic here. And unless I'm losing immediately, I don't see why I would be. I would just take with the pawn and game goes on. I don't think I'll get checkmated immediately, and there will be critical moments ahead. Kind of save the time for later.
And we can see some people in chat saying they would take with the queen. What about you, Judith?
I think if he takes with the pawn, he will lose this game.
Aha.
That's what I would do, and I would also lose.
Sorry, David. Sorry. Just by the structure, I feel that then Magnus plays knight h2, knight f1 or knight g4, regrouping it to e3. Then he starts pushing his pawns, and he's putting pressure queen h5, bishop h6. I don't know. I would rather play queen d5.
Okay.
Anyway, I have to challenge you there.
Well, you heard it here first. But okay, it is break time. We'll be back with you in just moments. But in the meantime, here's our man, Hikaru Nakamura, with his hot take on today's matches.
And welcome back, everyone. So we are back here. Of course, today is round number 5 at Norway Chess. Now, in a previous round, I talked about my game first, and apparently I got cut off yesterday. So for that reason, I'm going to do everything in a reverse order, where I talk about the other games first before talking about my game. So it's pretty interesting so far. I mean, the most interesting game, obviously, is between Fabiano and Caruana. This has this classic e4 variation in the Four Knights English. I mean, I played this quite recently in the American Cup against Wesley. It was played in the World Championship, of course, between Ding and Nepo. And this whole line with bishop c5 is supposed to be objectively safer than bishop b4. It should be more forcing, per se. Fabiano, it appears, has kind of surprised Caruana. He's played this rookie one line. Now, my guess as I think about that position is most likely it's probably completely fine for black, but I suspect it's one of these situations where you have to start playing like a complete lunatic or a 3500 computer. And probably, I mean, just thinking about it, I was wondering if black should take on e6 with the pawn, go queen e5, king f7, king e8, and just try to play the position. And I mean, I think it's fine, but the problem is, again, from a practical standpoint, it's probably much easier for white to play since your black can get stuck in the center. But I'm betting that if you were to like look at the position with Stockfish, it's going to say that it's complete zero, it's completely fine, white is nothing. So it feels like Fabiano's kind of gambling on it. The Shakar won't be able to play that sort of style. So it's going to be quite interesting. Magnus's game, of course, we have the Catalan with knight c3, this whole h4, e4, and I mean it's going to be very aggressive, going to be a wild game. Very, very unlikely that will be anything quick. What else do we have? We have Noterbeck versus Gukesh, which of course is this old Shabalov g4 and the semi-Slav. This whole h3, I mean, this h3 move, I feel like I've seen it, but not probably in the last, like, I don't know, not in the last, like, 20 years. I remember I was an up-and-coming player in, like, the early 2000s. I actually played this line quite a bit, this whole g4 line. In fact, the longest game that I ever played was in this g4 variation. I believe it was against Zhu Chen. It was something like 229 moves in Tata Steel, and God only knows, like 2004, 2005. Although in that game, I believe she played bishop b4. She didn't take the pawn on g4. So that's actually interesting as well. And then the other game is the game between Wesley and Alireza. Of course, there's this whole classic Grunfeld line, this whole queen a5, queen a2, rook b1, rook b7, etc., etc. I remember, I think it was 1999. There was this famous New in Chess yearbook that I remember studying quite avidly. There was a game that was played between, I believe it was Alexander Holifman and Peter Lecko. Maybe I'm wrong on the players, certainly, but I remember there was like this, it was like 30 pages or something of nonstop analysis of this whole long line in the Grunfeld. And I mean, I think nothing has changed objectively. It's still considered to be a draw, but it's pretty much going to be a memory test for Alireza, whether he can remember the correct lines, because Wesley is basically saying if you play correctly, you'll draw. If you make even one mistake, you're going to be much worse if not losing. So that's also interesting, probably a big memory test there for Alireza. As far as my game goes, sort of playing it by feel. Now, the thing is, I prepared something. I played this bishop's opening, and I thought I'd just play a slow game. But one thing I realized is because Tari changes move order and just the general sequence of moves, I've actually played a lot of games in similar positions to what I had. So for that reason, I'm deciding to change it up by playing knight f3. Probably in at least 100 games online, I played queen f3, knight g2, etc. against many players, most prominently being this guy Nicholas Theodorou, Criari online. I swear I've had that position I don't know how many times. But I think because Tari watches my streams as well, I'm changing it up, and that's why I played knight f3 here. And probably it's going to turn back into some kind of weird Italian-ish, but black is a pawn on c6 instead of a knight. Now, I don't know if that's better, if that's worse, but of course I literally don't care. You just play chess. And considering how Tari struggled, I'm just trying to keep all the pieces on the board. And more importantly, my trainer, Chris Littlejohn, who's here, he actually signed up to do this whole Magnus fantasy thing. And I remember him saying before the game, like, he was worried because I think he has... I think one of the pieces he has is me or something, is like the kingside bishop. And so when I went bishop c4, he's very worried that Tari would play something like knight c6, knight a5, take the bishop right away, and it would maybe cost him a bunch of points in fantasy. But now I think it's much more likely I'm going to keep the bishop on the board, maybe go c3, bishop c2 down the road. And so at least for my trainer in terms of the whole fantasy pool, he's probably doing well. But at any rate, it's going to be a very, very long, very, very slow game ahead of us in my game. But all the pieces are on the board, and that's definitely gives me probably a better chance to win the game than if there were a bunch of trades already. So I feel pretty decent.
Welcome back, and there we were treated to Hikaru's in-depth thoughts and giving us verdicts on all the players' openings. And well, he had some great insights. He telling us that between Magnus Carlsen and I just had a pause with Anish. Yes, that it was Magnus feeling in a wild mood, and then of course it was going to be a memory test between Wesley So and Alireza Firouzja, and also giving us some insights into the dilemma between trainer and student when Hikaru decided to play this bishop's opening, and Chris Littlejohn saying, "Don't get that bishop traded off." I thought it was quite funny.
Yeah, just I wish my brain worked as fast as Hikaru's, I've got to admit. Normally I do kind of take a look at other games that are going on around, but I don't see things as deeply as he does, and he's kind of assessed things correctly, we think, Judith, here in the studio. Looks like
it's quite interesting to see that he feels like this need that he wants to share it with the audience. That, I mean, his game was kind of lost in the line right now in this summary, I think, and I was not sure at all how much he's happy about his position. While he was telling that he was playing hundreds of games on this with this queen f3, knight e2, if I understand it correctly. But I'm not sure he is completely happy with the position, because black seems to have a quite reasonable position, to be honest.
Yeah, the one person who will be happy, however, is Chris Littlejohn, Nakamura's second, because white's light squared bishop has survived and it has no rival. It's likely to survive for most of the rest of the game. However, it is a bit locked in on this diagonal right now after black's last move, d5. And you said he's maybe not too happy, Judith. He has the bishop pair, but black does have beautiful knights right now. Black has the center, black's bishop looking very good. Feels like Tari's done everything right to equalize, or maybe even more for black.
It's true that white has the bishop pair, but for right now, the a2 bishop is, while it's still there, and it can be powerful sometimes, right now, black center is extremely powerful and very active, playing d5 in the last move, so the bishop is blocked there. Knight on f6, pawn on c6, queen on d8, everything supports the d5 pawn, so for now, for a long time, it can be standing right there. Immediately there is a threat taking d takes e4, because the bishop is hanging on d2. And black's position is extremely active. We can see that both of the knights on e6 and f6, they are just standing extremely well. Tari made this regrouping with the knight d7, knight c5, and then it ended up on e6. And in some cases, maybe knight d4 is also a move which can be played by black. So
yeah, I kind of feel like in light of all this, white actually needs to clarify the center, and so a move that kind of jumped to me was to go bishop c3. Provoke something to come forward and then step back, and then you can get on with your ideas.
Oh, I would love it with white if you can force black to play d4. But I would think that it's not so easy to force that. For example, after bishop e3, what about d takes e4, and after d takes e4 to go knight d4 if we jump into some concrete lines?
Yeah, very good question. And I think this is instructive just to show before d takes e4, Jovanka's point, if black blocks the center, white happily accepts the 2 tempi loss here, but suddenly this bishop is the most valuable piece on the board.
And suddenly the a2 bishop is powerful.
Yeah, that was...
And the black bishop on a7 is absolutely... well, it's stuck there, right? Because the d4 pawn is completely blocking its power.
Yeah, and white has easy pawn breaks like f4 to come. So d4 I think would be a huge strategic mistake, as you both mentioned there. D takes e4. Let's assume white recaptures, and now knight d4. This is the line you're mentioning, Judith.
Yeah, this is what I had in mind, because now the e4 pawn can be vulnerable if you're grabbing on d4.
Yeah, for example, if we take in either direction actually, then big threats against this pawn by the knight and by the rook right now. And if you take a timeout to defend, it feels like something's a bit wrong in the white position. I don't see immediately. Is it bishop b8, something to do with this, to kind of hit this knight?
Well, maybe black should be playing g6, pushing the queen back. Or also d3 might be opening the diagonal. I'm not sure about that. And after queen f3 to play c5, c4. So my idea is always to somehow block the bishop on a2. And also bishop b8 I like very much. Maybe already in this position to attack. But yeah, this would be quite annoying for white.
Yeah, this would be horrible for white. Yeah, no.
We shouldn't
very
do this
instructive.
to Naka's
No, we should. No,
position.
I shouldn't do it. Okay, but then there is some serious pressure in the center, and how are you going to handle that? Do you have to go like rook a d1?
I think rook a d1 is maybe the best move, or that seems to be quite a logical one.
Yeah, just to protect this bishop on d2 that was hanging in a lot of lines there. And we should also point out to audience members who might wonder, why not take this pawn on e5? The white queen could, for example, capture on e5 right now, but the black knight just jumps out the way with a discovered attack, a hit on the white queen. And remember that this knight also hanging, so one of those two pieces will drop next move. A loss of material. So yeah, I'm expecting rook a to d1 as well, and I'm not sure how Tari here kind of coordinates his pieces. Maybe you bring the queen to a square, you kind of centralize the black rook, and you just keep the tension and argue that white is the one struggling to break out in this position. Black with more central space. Yeah, loving the pawn structure here for black in the center.
I like the idea to start with queen d6, for example.
Queen d6. Yeah, I'm just not sure how white improves, to be honest. I really want to get off this diagonal, but something like g3, king g2 feels really slow. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I try and provoke you. I'm stealing your ideas, Jovanka. Something like bishop b4, hoping that you kind of push, and then I'll step back, hoping you push, and then.
But maybe queen d7 did also make a lot of sense.
Queen d7 in the start position as well.
In this position.
Yep. Relying on tricks. If the white queen ever steps onto the e-file with queen takes e5, there's always knight to d4.
Yeah, and somehow to go rook a d8 as a plan.
And if you play pawn takes pawn, that would be also a big howler.
It's my nickname, David Howler.
And because the knight goes to d4. Oh no, f4.
Yeah,
Yes.
but still it's not winning because of knight g3.
Ah.
And after knight d2, king h2, and after knight g3, f takes g3.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow, Judith. Beautiful variation. Just to show the point, knight f4. There's no time for queen takes queen, because knight takes e2 would be a Zwischen Schach, intermediate check there, and then you regain the queen. You've won a piece in the process. Judith found knight g3, defending the white queen. Knight e2, trying to deflect this white knight from the protection of his queen, and knight takes knight. Beautiful stuff. Still no time for queen takes queen, because knight takes rook is check. But f takes g3. That was some quick vision. That would have taken me a few minutes to spot, let alone solve. Wow. So, okay, tactics in the air, but watch out for something like this if you're Nakamura. I think rook d1 will be on the board. It's a very Naka type of move to just maintain the tension, keep things kind of, in the balance as long as possible. And Tari, how will he set up? That's the big question. Roughly level on time as well. Just looks balanced, the position, I would think. Who would you pick if you had to, Judith?
Well,
And Jovanka. Gonna ask you both to commit.
it's a good question. You want my prediction, yeah?
Prediction, evaluation.
I do like Aryan's position, but I don't believe that he can take down Nakamura. So I think it will be a draw.
I think they will go on in the Armageddon.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, birthday gift for Tari. I'm going to say black win, just to spice things up, even though I do also believe in Naka's...
But black win in this game or in Armageddon?
I think if it goes to Armageddon, Naka will take it. I think Hikaru is just too strong, too quick there.
So Tari should be winning this one to complete your prediction.
If he wants that birthday to be complete.
Well, there is nothing nicer than to win against Nakamura on your birthday, that's for sure.
Yeah. And okay, well, we'll leave you on a cliffhanger there. And should we go back to the bird's eye view?
Yeah, let's go and do a quick recap of some of the other games. I'm seeing a lot of developments in the game between those two teenage stars, Nodibek Abdusatorov and Gukesh. I think that's maybe the game that's changed the most since we last left it.
Let's jump in there.
And this one has simplified somewhat. We see them both deep in concentration. And wow, we jump in at a moment that Abdusatorov finally, on move 22, has just castled with the white king. Yeah, leaving it a bit late. I don't recommend it at home. Usually you want to castle a bit earlier than this, especially on a safer side than this, but needs must sometimes. And should we do a quick recap how we got here?
Let's go back a bit, because when we left it was still a closed position.
It was still a closed position, and we left it at this point. White has just regained the pawn on g7, and we were looking at moves such as queen to f6, hitting the rook. We were looking at king f8, hitting the rook, and various others. Instead, black chose to simplify in the center. D takes c4, clarifying the tension there. White, of course, recaptured that pawn. Knight b6, gaining tempi. Time is of the essence here. The bishop drops back. Black getting ready, or at least hinting that he might castle queenside. And a4, nice threat of an attack here. This black knight often misplaced on a square like b6. c5 breaking out now from Gukesh. Really nice vision here. D takes c5. Looks like it wins a pawn for white, but queen e5 is a double attack, hitting the rook, hitting the pawn. And just to catch up with the current position, the rook dropped back. Queen takes pawn, a5. The black knight jumped in. It was traded off and castles. What are we left with here? It's back to level material. Knight versus bishop in balance. I'm going to put you on the spot again. Who would you take here and why? With black to move.
Well, first big question, where to put the black king? Can he castle right now, long side, or black should be not thinking about castling in this game?
It's been answered for us.
It's happened. mirroring the opponent.
So no more questions.
No, exactly. I mean, it's the most natural move on the board, right? Get your king to safety. But there is some tension there on the D line.
Can white go rook d4?
Flashy Judith. Rook d4 is possible here. Let's jump in and show this on the board. It's not a sacrifice if rook d4 happens, because if it's captured, knight to b5 is a check. And next move, the queen is captured. It's important as well that rook c8 is a pin, but the other white rook can swing to the rescue here. Rook to c3 blocks that, and white emerges with extra material. So rook d4, I guess black gives a check.
c7. Well, if queen goes check, I wanted to go knight to d1. Discovered check.
Check met by a check. You rarely see that. And I guess I'll move the king. I could also block with the bishop.
And then somehow, yeah, you have
Run with the king.
Or bishop c6. You don't like bishop c6?
Here I was slightly worried that you would pin and win, but rook c8 goes out the way. White pins, then black pins, and maybe black wins. But yeah, it's just so tense here. I have no idea who's better, to be honest. Suddenly I slightly prefer black in this position because the black king's slightly safer.
Yeah, and the bishop will stand very well on c6 or even to go to b5. So maybe it was just a nice move, nice try, but nothing more than that.
But that does beg the question in this position, Judith. You mentioned rook d4. If black has nothing better than queen f1, white could actually repeat if you really want rook back to d1.
Yeah, but actually you have after rook d4, I think queen c7 can be a nice move. Attacking on a5 and also bishop c6 is preparing that. Somehow the bishop stands incredibly well on c6 because the white knight will not have such an amazing square in this position, I think. And also white has some weaknesses. I mean, pawn on a5, it can be very tricky.
Yeah, I agree. And so that's why I would be tempted to...
Rook d4 is on the board.
Rook d4 on the board. Oh, wow. Amazing spot.
Tacticians cannot slip this away.
And you get a double exclamation. Brilliant
That's my
move.
reward.
Yes.
2 exclam.
Wow.
You should be playing here, Judith. I want to see it. Rook d4. What a move. And it gets the double exclamation mark because it's brilliant and unexpected. It is a sacrifice as well, or at least visually a sacrifice. And moment of truth. Will black just give that check that we mentioned where the position might repeat or drop back if he wants to
But actually,
play?
maybe it is a good move because there is nothing better than that, right?
Yeah. Yeah, actually, if white's kind of second best move was to, for example, shuffle the king towards the corner, then that doesn't improve the position.
Yeah, because the queen on c4 actually stands very well and very active. So if black would be able to play bishop c6 and control the d file, then black is incredibly active. And from c4, after bishop c6, queen b4 can be also a move. So that's I think it's important for white to push away the queen. So now I'm curious whether is it going to be rook d1 first, or I'm not happy to go back with the knight.
Yeah, I love what Gukesh has done, actually. I love the fact that he's thrown in a check immediately, even if he wants to play for a win, even if he wants to play on by retreating the black queen to c7. It's nice that he's kind of flicked in this question first. He's asking Abdusattorov his intentions, but also it's a power move. It's like if you repeat twice, then you're the one to play on for a win. You immediately assert your psychological dominance over the opponent, and the number of times that's worked out kind of in throughout chess history, it's... yeah, definitely a ploy to be utilized. And
I remember when I was a kid, I didn't understand people who made repetition of moves and then they deviated.
Yeah.
And of course, I understood after some time. Karpov, for example, he could never resist repeating once a move, right? And it happened quite a few times with me that my opponent made a move, I was hesitating, and then my opponent just made a repetition. And I said, oh, I was spending like 15 minutes for this? So I can only advise to everybody, if you can make a repetition of moves, that's the best thing, because one, you can make your opponent think, and after he's thinking and you're going back, it's a frustration for the opponent. Secondly, in most of the event you have bonus time, so at least you gain maybe 30 seconds or a minute just repeating one move there and back. And we have a repetition here.
Yes, and we are going to see the queen drop back. no other way. You have to drop back to c4, and now are we going to see rook
Queen
d4?
a6.
Yeah.
Did he go back to c4? He went back to c4.
But queen a6 felt
Yeah.
very shaky.
Yeah,
I wouldn't
that's-
touch that
yeah.
one with a barge pole. And
again, even if your intention is queen a6, you should repeat first before going back and then queen a6.
Look at this. Are the youngsters going to be repeating moves and go for the Armageddon?
This is the moment of truth. Look at this double exclamation mark again for rook d4. We've seen it before. This is a brilliant game so far. But he goes back.
Gukesh says no.
He plays for the
He
win.
shows it. He shows it. I don't want to draw like this. I want to fight it out until the very end.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that boss move. Rejects the draw, stands up, gets away from the board. He knows that psychologically
my
it's-
little battle, right?
Yeah.
Right. But if you kind of see the momentum, Gukesh was under pressure from Nordebek from the opening. Okay, he survived that. And when we look at the clock times, you also see the Nordebek now 40 minutes. Nordebek is having a tough tournament so far. You know, he managed to defeat Aryan Tari in a classical game, but it was shaky to say the least. And ever since then, you know, he's gone to Armageddon and lost that. Why not play for the win? And after all, White, in addition, if you were to look at the board, does have a very weak pawn on a5.
Right now there is a provocation by Black because now Black is asking, you know what, I'm playing for a win. I have no problem in this position. Are you going to play b4 or what are you going to be playing?
Or b4.
It makes some sense here because the white king might actually find a nice safe square on b2 where the white pawn currently stands.
Well, I'm thinking that after b4, Black is going to be playing queen c7 and I want to exchange the queens, don't worry.
Yeah.
I don't want to be having the queens on the board.
Yeah, should we jump in just to show this?
Yeah.
Because b4, it might be needed sooner or later. As you said, Judith, this a pawn is eternally weak now for white, so why not defend it with gain of time? You hit the black queen. Again, don't take this rook because of knight check. And next move, this queen drops off. So queen c7 and a move like king b2 maybe? A move like
To
rook
tell you the
d3?
truth, I don't really understand why queen c5 was played by Gukesh and not queen c7 immediately.
Well, I have to be honest here. b4 is an unexpected move. Because, you know, you're traditionally taught you shouldn't push your pawns in front of your king. Doesn't follow the classical guidelines.
Yeah.
But I agree with you. I mean, my inkling was get the queen far away, get her close to the king.
Yeah, because b4, once you get over, as you say, Jovanka, kind of any prejudice here, any kind of just kind of stereotypes about pushing pawns in front of your king, then suddenly you see, okay, here, for example, let's say rook d3, I just king b8, king b2, something, just normal moves. Maybe there's something stronger there for white, but it feels like at least you've coordinated, right?
But this is the thing that b4, it's a provocation by Gukesh, but I'm not sure that b4 is not on white's favor.
Exactly. Everything protects each other now. Everything's nice and harmonious. These pawns.
And you know what is an incredible, beautiful square for the white queen? It's d2.
Treble up.
I love the square for the queen on d2 because black queen cannot go to e5 because I'm going to play f4. And it's a very stable position for white.
Yeah, just for example, queen d2 and yeah, queen e5 always met by f4.
d2, controlling the d file.
Wow. And yeah, we should just go back just to mention if b4 does happen, queen takes d4, knight b5 check, king b8, knight takes, rook c8 is met by rook c3, but then rook takes c3 is possible here. Is this a difference? Rook c8 at the end.
Rook c8.
But I'm not sure it's so great for black. King d2.
Yeah, king d2. This can't be what...
I mean, even if I take on c8 and I play e5, it's only white who can play for a win.
Yeah, maybe this is a classier way of doing it. Total lockdown.
Yeah, it's very important to lock the pawns on the white squares. And what a beautiful king d2, king e3, king f4, king g5. You can dream around with such a knight on d4.
Nice tactic there, but actually it would backfire on black if he went for it. Wow, instructive stuff going on right now. Provocation, but maybe unnecessary provocation by Gukesh.
At the same time, if you look at the body language of the players, you can see that Gukesh has this, that I know what I'm doing. I have no problem, and I'm still trying to get a little bit out of this with black. And Abdusattorov, I have a feeling that it's somehow he feels uncomfortable right now at this point. That he thought that there would be a repetition of moves, and he's going off and play the Armageddon. But Gukesh is a player who is always out there to fight. He doesn't want to make repetition of moves. He wants to improve this way, that he always wants to go on and learn and learn and learn.
Yeah, that's good advice for all the younger players out there, or all the players kind of who maybe aren't playing chess full time. Just why worry about the result? A draw, you won't remember a draw at the end of your career. You'll remember the times you fought and won. Even if you take a few losses on the way, you learn, right? And I mean, I had this rule until I was in my early 20s, just always play till the end, even if it backfired a lot, I must say. I learned a lot along the
Well, I have
the
the feeling that it turned out to be very beneficial for you, because you became a great grandmaster.
Too kind. But yeah, I mean, I see this happening now more and more, and it's definitely a trend, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is the way you're learning, right? I mean, if you make a draw in a draw equalish position, what's the point? You want to try out, test yourself, right? Also, that can I create something? Why not? And if they have the self-confidence, right?
Yeah.
So they say, okay, it's equal position. Why should I be making repeating moves? I'm going to play. Show me that you have something.
Right, I agree. I mean, this is the path to improvement. However, the path to enjoyment is a bit different. Sometimes it's good to be a big fish in a little pond.
I don't know, I've enjoyed some of my losses just as much as some of those short draws.
No short draws. No short draws. We're anti that. And there's going to be no short draws here in Norway, because it is the home of fighting chess. And one game I'd like to revisit, because, well, I can say one thing about it. We did have a bet in the studio, and David Howell won that bet because Anish did capture on d5 with a pawn. So let's head there.
Yeah, I might have won the bet as to what move would happen, but I'm also scared that Judith's prediction will be correct, that it will backfire on Anish. And we see this position in front of us. Let's just backtrack 2 or 3 moves to see how we got there. There was that huge moment. Anish invested a lot of time. We see him down at half an hour left now on the clock, and it was back here after knight takes d5. I correctly predicted e takes d5, which is, yeah, maybe the kind of, I don't want to say lazier move, but it's the easier move to calculate. The downside is that Magnus was allowed to push forward with e6, and it's too scary to recapture or take this pawn because the white queen gets into the position on e6. Anish had rook f8 prepared, but suddenly Magnus, okay, opened up one side of the board after a4, and after a trade of rooks on the a file. Looks like he's getting ready to take this pawn. The question is whether he takes it immediately or whether he goes for it with his bishop. What do we think here? Bishop to h3 or queen takes pawn? Should we have another bet? Big moment. Feels like the black king does lack defenders. All of white's pieces massed around the king side.
I'm going to go for the building move, bishop h3. Because this is very much in Magnus's style. You know, he improves his worst placed piece. He likes to invite everyone to the proverbial party. And it looks good, right? You bring in a new piece to attack.
It does look good. I'm slightly curious as to why Magnus kind of traded off rooks on the a file. Maybe he's just arguing that this black bishop on a8 is so far away from the defense right now. Maybe he's saying he didn't need that rook on a1 anyway. But black will still be a pawn up in the resulting positions, at least for a while.
I think I would try queen e6.
It's a check. It's the first move we calculate.
King, after king goes out, I don't know
sure
whether... Can
h8.
h8.
Let's say h8.
Yeah.
Yeah, h7 feels
open.
It's on an open diagonal, so...
My question is, what about knight e5? And I do think the same what you, David, that the bishop on a8 is very important, that it's far away. If it would be on b7, it would be much better opportunities to defend later, and at some point bishop c8. Maybe he will have the time to come back, but I think for the moment it's important tempo for white. So I would go for knight e5.
And I would exchange that one faster than you can say anything.
Yeah, before it lands on a
Exactly. It's going to
nasty
land
square.
on f7 or g6 and get that out of my field.
I wouldn't think that you would allow me to stay there for long.
Okay, so which way do you want to recapture? Pawn. Open up the white rook, give it a job to do.
I want to go bishop h6. That's my secret.
Yeah. We should actually point out, we'll come back to this position, just 2 moves ago, bishop takes h6. Looks like it might be a nice sacrifice to open things up, but I guess black has the move rook to f6 with a hit on the white queen and on the bishop as well. So knight to e5 first, and now suddenly threats of bishop takes d5. Sometimes bishop takes h6. Oof, I'm scared, I must admit.
Don't be scared. It's not your game.
But I have the bet on the line. I would have felt bad for jinxing Anish if I say e takes d5 and he crashes to defeat.
And queen e6 is on the board.
Yeah. This position looks good, I must say, for white. Unless black has some miraculous defense here. Oof, I'm slightly tempted to start.
King h7. Without hesitation.
King h7. Oh wow,
Without
out in the open. Scared of these bishop takes h6 ideas, maybe. That's why I wanted to put the king on h7.
It's understandable, but on h7 we all know that it can also be some tricky stuff on the white square diagonal.
Any check on this diagonal will likely be deadly for black.
For example, bishop h3 and go to f5 something, but I don't like it when you push back my queen with rook f6. And the reason is maybe he went to h7, that after knight e5 you can go maybe rook f6.
Ah, let's show
So
that.
you don't have to take it, because otherwise knight f7 check was there, right?
But maybe
I don't know, maybe d5 I can take.
Ah, this pawn under fire.
f6 is not possible.
Wow, so I guess the difference would be knight e5. Let's assume black captures this beautiful piece.
Maybe can't you go queen d6 with black
Oh wow, tactics.
instead of knight e5?
After knight e5, yeah, queen d6. Yeah, you forced me back, I guess.
Yes, but that's not the reason I had. I wanted to get to e6 to go back afterwards.
Now black maybe can even take this knight off the board and slide across to g6 to defend. Yeah, it feels like black has enough resources. Can white keep the pieces on? That's the question. This is the current position in the game. Bishop h3 you mentioned, but then rook f6. What else could Magnus try?
Bishop e5 I was thinking too. But then queen c8, or what's there? Can I go bishop e5?
Yeah, so you mentioned queen c8, just trying to get the queens off at any cost. Looks logical. Yeah, the problem is now taking this pawn will backfire, I guess, in multiple ways. Maybe is the queen trapped? Wait.
Well, piece is going to be...
I just want to play this and try and trap your queen. Do you have any escape squares? I'm going to this square just to cover b5.
You can take the bishop.
Yeah.
Oh no, but it drops a piece anyhow.
In the end, white
What a
will
sell.
be a piece down, just to show this trick.
So king h7 is a very concrete approach.
Yeah. Nice move there from Anish. Just looks scary indeed, but...
Queen e2 back.
Just really calm.
I want to go knight e5.
Yeah, and some checks on
Somehow good circumstances. Or queen e3. Queen e2 or what? Somehow I want to keep this option for the queen to go check from c2.
Yeah, it feels counterintuitive, but again, if Magnus sees nothing better, then it makes sense to kind of get the queen out of the way first and only attack later. I'm really attracted to this bishop h3 move, I've got to say, but I can't tell you why.
Another idea is, well, bishop h3, also h5 maybe.
That's a Magnus move. He loves fixing pawns.
h5 and after rook f6 to come back.
Just somewhere, e3, e2.
But one of the downsides with the rook coming to f6 is that the knight can jump into e5 with power.
Yes.
I agree with that featured chat, by the way. Magnus, he's so proactive right now. His pieces look so threatening that black would love any exchanges. So, yeah, Anish, rook f6 maybe in the pipeline, bishop d6, queen c8, some various ideas to kick back white's pieces. It's fascinating that this type of position, the evaluation bar says it's completely level, despite the fact it's so dynamic. And black is still a pawn up. Remember, any endgames will favour black due to the presence of the b and c pawns.
Oh, this one feels very wild. I mean, it's very, very tense right now. So let's go back to the bird's eye view and have a look at some of our other games. And the one that I really had my eye on is, of course, Fabulous Fabi, tournament leader, 10.5 points out of 12. But he is a pawn down against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov.
Okay, and this is important for the standings, of course. Mamedyarov defending extremely tenaciously, we've got to say, after being surprised in the opening. And I also see the clock times. Fabi's not at the board right now, but he is 20 minutes down on the clock. And a pawn down, as you mentioned, Jovanka. Could we see a shake-up now if Fabi crashes to defeat? And also, Judith, you mentioned, I think 2 hours ago, this a3 pawn. It's disappeared. The black queen now sits on a3. And any endgame will favor black this time due to the presence of this a-pawn.
Oh, absolutely. And we know that time is a very important part of the game, especially here, because the players are going to receive only extra time, 10 seconds after move 40. And when Fabiano was in our studio, he was expressing this, that time is very tricky here. And he has much less time than Mamedyarov. So probably there is something went wrong for him. I believe that he was engaged so much and spending so much time. For now, indeed, black just captured or before the pawn.
Yeah. Shall we try to digest what's happened and also try and figure out where Fabi went wrong?
Absolutely.
The evaluation bar now on black's side to go with the time advantage to boot. So the position we have now was reached just within 3 moves, actually, of when we last left this game. We predicted that rook d6 a few turns ago would land, and it did land very powerfully, actually. Rook takes d6, we saw a rook trade, queen to h4, c6. I believe you predicted this, Judith, just taking away the square from white's bishop. Now bishop d5 will never come with a pin. This pawn is definitely threatened now. And after bishop retreating to d3, simply grabbing a pawn on a3. Black now, yeah, getting active with the queen, and queen to g3, last move.
Well, we can see that after queen g3, the threat is bishop takes g6, queen g3, bishop f7.
For example.
Immediate move, right? So black is going to be making, yeah, on a3, I think this works.
And now white has huge threats of pushing forward the e-pawn. So nice tactic there, big threat on the board. How does black guard against this? I'm just kind of instinct-wise looking at dropping back with the black queen.
Well, that's the most natural move to go.
Blockade the white e-pawn.
Yeah. And also you have the advantage of preventing any potential repetitions of bishop takes pawn, as David highlighted.
But I think after queen e7, if we can make it on the board, I think h4 is the continuation. Because for now, bishop e6 is not possible to bishop f5.
Wow, nice geometry there. After h4, bishop takes e6, bishop f5, and 2 pins ensure the win. Pin on the g-file, a pin on the e-file, and white wins the black bishop. Nice there, Judith. So h4 you mentioned. What can black do? Let's say I just make a move. Rook d8, king g7. Let's say I play king g7. Are you playing h5?
h5 for sure.
Actually, king g7 was a bit of a clumsy one, because now I've given you h6 for
h5
tempo.
and h6, yes, you're not going to be happy with that one.
Now your king's always going to get checkmated on the back rank. So just to show as well, the viewers, king takes h6 will backfire after queen check and checkmate. So still some danger. And h4, just typical nowadays. This is definitely what Fabi's banking on. This AlphaZero type of pawn push. I shouldn't say AlphaZero type of pawn push. It's just a good move.
But it's interesting. Before we were calling h4 like Bent Larsen move. When you sacrifice, it was the Tal, or you make these typical moves, right? Fischer style. And then now these days you call it AlphaZero style.
That's a stockfish move. That's a yeah. So maybe retreating isn't the best. What else could Shaq be thinking about other than dropping his queen back to e7?
Could you also... The thing is, though, e7 is always in the air, so I do quite like the queen e7, but I just think that you have to be a bit more precise when h4 comes, and maybe ideas of f5.
h4, f5. Okay, and if white continues motoring forward, you just want to kind of round up this pawn at some point.
That was the plan.
Rook f6, rook e6.
But if rook f6, I mean, there was this idea of going queen to b8.
Oof, keeping black honest. Diving in. Yeah, still so many resources for Fabi, we can't rule him out.
And there is also sometimes an idea, let's say instead of h5, to play c5 and block the c6 and b7 pawns over there. And bishop e6 is not necessarily possible to bishop c4, at least that was my idea. But maybe rook f6 and king f7 and
yeah.
you just die yourself.
It's funny how both of us made that same gesture.
Well, it's like
you huddle yourself into a little ball.
Yes,
and,
you're boxing yourself, or I don't know how to say.
Just looks like Zugzwang, maybe for both sides. But black has 2 extra pawns.
Obviously, on the side of the board, the bar says probably 0, 0, 0.
Yep. Alpha Zero style.
I'm curious now. Okay, so in this position, it says that black is better, but only after the move f5, which is something that we stumbled upon, but in a different context. Mm-hmm. Wow.
So f5 will give black the advantage, and the whole idea is to cut out bishop takes g6 tactics. Now there's no bishop takes g6, and I guess also in some positions you can start to threaten f4. And let's see if white plays h4. What could the idea be here for black?
It says queen c3. Look,
Wow.
that's like a Maurice Ashley geometric move.
Yeah, actually white has the problem of loose pieces, where to put this rook. If you put it on a bad square, then things could backfire. Also, this pawn is very fast.
But white is playing rook e2. And you start pushing the pawns.
Maybe. Although white's also pushing. It's a bit of a race. Yeah, this is extremely difficult to find, we should mention. I'm not sure how natural f5 is. Mamajarov might find it, but even following up with queen c3, even following up from that position we mentioned, Judith, not entirely obvious, right?
Yes, actually, I like both of the moves. I was thinking for a second before you told f5, Jovanka, to play queen b4 and put pressure on the rook.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I had in mind, that maybe that also makes sense. But I like f5 a lot, because to block all these opportunities in the future to play bishop g6, it's something great if e7 doesn't work. And it seems so that e7 doesn't work because of rook e8, and the queen can't go to the right square. Maybe queen e3, but can black go king f7, or what's going on here?
Maybe f4.
If f4, I thought just goes queen e4, bishop f5.
Yeah, something along these lines. Maybe the queen drops back.
Queen d4.
Aha. Gets tactical. Queen d8 ideas in the air.
Yeah.
It's so hard. I think even in this position, even with the 20-minute time advantage, Shaq, it's easy to go wrong. If white gets one more move,
rook
c5.
e8 was played.
Yeah, and that one is also perfectly good. It's just that black has a very minimal advantage.
Yeah, and we should point out that he's basically allowing this trick, right, Judith? Bishop takes g6, but he must have something up his sleeve here. Is it just the endgame? Bishop takes g6.
But okay, it's a little different because the rook will be standing blockading the pawn on e6, right?
Sorry, bishop check first.
Bishop f7 first, king g7, takes, and then rook e7. It looks kind of dangerous for black, isn't it? c5.
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 Yeah. Stop
c5.
those pawns.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting stuff. I guess his idea is f5 and then maybe king f6 and take this pawn. Oof. Feels like we might head to some drawish rook endgame somehow.
But the thing is, if we don't play c5, but let's say play g4 to stop f5, but then b5, I think very strong.
Yeah, so complex. Important game in the standings, this one.
Yeah, and I was just wondering, after Shaq's last move, it looks to me like bishop takes pawn is forced. Because otherwise Shaq is just simply going to pick up the pawn on e6. The end.
Yeah, black's just threatening. How else to deal with it?
So what happens if h4?
Can you...
Let's say I take with the something. Let's say I take with the rook.
Takes.
Okay, take. You want a queen b8 or h5 first?
I want h5 first.
Yeah, h5, maybe I have a check and I go back to...
Queen e5.
Yeah. Next move, for example, if you move the king, queen e5.
So I had to go queen b8 check before. Yeah, this is awful.
Queen b8. I mean, at the very least, I can go back with the king. Maybe I just kind of let you take my pawn, and then I just say, okay, I'll curl up, and this a pawn.
It's a winner.
Could be. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. The
I've had that phrase now in my mind for like 3 months. Were you the source of that?
I don't know. I think that's the first time I've ever said that phrase in my life, so I don't know why it came to mind. But it could be a winner and a chicken dinner afterwards for Shaq if he wins this pawn on e6. I think we have to allow Fabi to think here. Bishop takes g6 looks like the only route towards, well, I say safety, but relative safety right now for Fabi. He needs to pull the brakes maybe by going into an endgame.
Oh, maybe Mame will make the tournament interesting. Allow other people trying to catch, getting closer to Fabi.
But I have to say, Fabi does have a very commanding lead. The nearest rival is Hikaru Nakamura with 6.5 points, so he can allow himself one slip up.
Yeah, but you know how it is. If let's say we are just playing, analyzing the opportunities, let's say Mamejaro wins over Fabiano in a classical game, he still stands 10.5. Nakamura wins, he has already 9.5, so everything is open after that. If something like this would happen.
Yeah, and one loss and confidence disappears, momentum changes. Yeah, that would be devastating for Fabi. He's been by far the player of the tournament, but of course one move now, one slip, and that could all change.
Well, of course he's still far away from loss. It's just playing with an idea that when you're in round 5, no matter how much lead you have, if you start losing games, it's going to disappear, the advantage.
It's absolutely true. You know, we have to remind ourselves of the scoring system. If you win in the classical game, then you get 3 points. Whereas if you win your match in the Armageddon, only 1.5 points. So a string of classical victories and, Bob's your uncle, you might be there at the top.
Bishop g6 on the board.
On the board.
Yeah, often if we give the top players just one move, a narrow path, they'll find it, right? Just process of elimination, bit of calculation there.
But I'm still wondering what is his plan after queen g3, bishop f7, king goes to g7, takes back on g3, and rook e7. Because that's a kind of a crucial moment, whether is he going to be allowing f5 or... But I'm pretty sure that white is not going to be losing this game.
Yeah, feels like you should be able to draw. I see there in the featured chat, rook takes e6 double exclamation mark. Could that be true? So this endgame feels like it could go either way. Wow, bishop takes g6. And the fact that Shaq has paused means that there is an option. Queen takes queen, maybe not obligatory.
Rook takes e6. What on earth is that? Put it on the board.
Yeah, tricky stuff. Back rank checkmate. Threatened no time to win the white, to take the black queen there, sorry. And of course no time to take the rook either, because you check on this square, not on a1. I was about to put queen a1 on the board, but suddenly, whoops, discovered check.
Wow.
And turn around. But black, of course, is the one doing the mating after queen c1. And next move, it's checkmate on the back rank.
Wow, what a move, rook e6.
Rook e6. And there are all sorts of bishop moves, discovered attacks here. You could kind of take this pawn, jump out the way with a check. You can drop back to d3 maybe with a discovered check.
Well, isn't that the only move?
Maybe, unless we want to sacrifice and kind of go all in. This is a check. I'm not sure where the black king runs and hides. Let's say f8 temporarily.
Let's say f8.
And some tension now.
But maybe now rook e6, bishop e6, queen b8 check.
We should point out that now there's no back rank, because white's bishop can drop back and block.
And rook e6 on the board.
Wow.
Wow, Shaq.
Okay, so this variation we're showing is extremely relevant. Bishop takes e6, we're expecting queen b8 check. And who knows at this point, white is going to win a second pawn back. So it's going to be material equality. And again, it comes down to this a pawn. Is that going to be a winner of the chicken dinner, or is it going to be simply a distraction? Right now, rook takes e6. Let's put it back on the board. Is Fabi's move forced? Does he have to drop back to d3, break the connection between these queens, and
what about bishop f5, by the way? You just go king out, yeah?
I missed that one, Judith. I think maybe Fabi missed that one. Bishop f5
I
check.
don't know, because maybe you can sacrifice and go queen g3, bishop takes, bishop c4.
Check. Yeah, wow. Who's better here and why?
Yeah, that's the
Isn't
question.
black much better here? 3 pass pawns. That's a winner for me.
It looks like it should be either winning or not at all, and the evaluation bar does confirm it's some advantage. At least in blitz, you'd take black here every time. The white king too far away. Yeah.
Okay, so bishop f5 is not an option.
So rook takes e6. It's got to be bishop d3 and kind of seek chances.
On the board.
Yeah, exactly. On the board now. Bishop d3, check. Discovery, and where to go? You could maybe make an argument for... Wait, let me calculate. f7? Does that get out of all those checks, Judith, that we were talking about? King f7.
Nice.
Queen c7, right?
Yeah, queen
c7. Ah, no, rook e7 doesn't work.
Queen e7?
Queen
No,
e7.
you can go rook e7, a queen e7, yeah, on the board.
Yeah. Queen e7, and white just has to trade pieces. Although a5 is hanging at the end.
How?
Actually, wait, no.
The rook is
hanging.
on freeze.
It's not hanging at the end. Wow.
No,
what a mess.
After king h8 is on the board.
Okay. Strange that he barely paused for
Because
thought.
he wants to go bishop g8, you know, after rook e6 takes queen b8, bishop g8.
Wow. Contortion style, just curl up into a ball, like we were talking about earlier. Hiding out in the corner. Hitting this bishop so white doesn't have time to go pawn hunting. King h8, really clever stuff from Shaq there. He must have calculated this all from afar, but what could the downside be? The evaluation bar did react slightly in white's favor there.
Well, this is getting intense, and I think this is the perfect time to take a pause because it is break time. And of course, we do have to mention a special opportunity. The 2023 Speed Chess season begins with the Junior Speed Chess Championship on June the 13th. This 4-day event showcases the best young talent in speed chess with over $45,000 on the line. But the real prize goes to the top finisher alone, who moves on to the main Speed Chess Championship later this summer. Catch all the action starting June the 13th right here at twitch.tv/chess. Use !JSCC in chat for all the details, and we'll be back right after this break. Armageddon is lurking around the corner.
Interested in becoming a chess streamer like your favorite creators, such as Hikaru, Gotham Chess, and the Botez sisters?
Come on! Look at this! Woo!
The Chess.com community streamer program is growing every day. Whether you're just getting started with streaming or already established and looking to expand your audience, you can now connect your account to Chess.com and have your stream promoted on the game's largest platform. Simply link your account at chess.com/settings/connected accounts, set your category to chess on Twitch, and start streaming. You'll get an ad-free experience on chess.com. You will pop up on our list of live streamers. Your chess.com profile will feature your Twitch stream, and your stream will be linked to your games on our Play server. Type Command Community Streamer in chat and start growing your stream today.
We're here in Toronto for the Global Championship. I got Fabiano Caruana with me. You don't need to talk yet. I got James Canty. We're going to see who recognizes these guys out of the random passerbys, and we're going to ask them some fun questions about chess. For $5, do you know who this is? No? Okay.
Actor.
An actor. Well, you see this guy. Any idea who he is?
Somebody very famous.
He is.
Rabba.
This is actually 50 Cent's brother. His name is Daryl.
That's right.
Goes by 75. You want to play chess? Okay.
So what, is he a player or something of chess?
He is a chess player. I'm not, but he is.
I play on the side.
Yeah.
I've been taking some coaching lessons from Grandmaster Canty over here recently.
Guy over here.
Calculation over everything.
What's your name again, sir?
My name is Jamie.
What's your name? I already know it.
It's Daniel.
Yeah, Daniel Naroditsky. Okay. There it is.
Come on.
On the attack, baby. On the attack. If he wins, I know the guys at chess.com. We'll get him a diamond membership.
Okay.
Do you know what that is?
Yes.
Okay. Is that something you want?
Yes.
Yeah? Okay. Look at you. Is this a London? Yo, we got a pro here with the London.
Full on London.
How'd it go?
I won.
You won. Okay.
That's great.
Hey, good game. All right. I should have said youtube.com/CSQpod. What is the URL? Just YouTube?
I actually don't remember.
Okay. Look at the pod.
Norway, land of fjords, majestic mountains, cliffs and waterfalls. In addition to stunning geography, Norway is home to the greatest chess player who has ever lived, Magnus Carlsen. Since 2013, Norway has also hosted one of the strongest chess super tournaments in the world. And it is one for which Magnus has claimed the top prize in the last 4 years. Can anyone stop him? This time, he'll meet one of his toughest challenges ever at his home tournament, with 9 rivals all hungry to beat the best. From Carlsen's fiercest online rival today, in their first classical over-the-board battle in nearly 4 years, Hikaru Nakamura, to the young star Carlsen once handpicked as his most worthy championship opponent, Alireza Firouzja. 2 more young stars are trying to follow in his footsteps, Nodibek Abdusatorov and Gukesh Domaraju. 2 established stars have already won a super tournament in 2023, Anish Giri and Fabiano Caruana. 2 more long-time headliners seek to take their next turn atop a major tournament, Wesley So and Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. Finally, Carlsen's countryman and friend, Arian Tari, rounds out the field. Who will come out on top? Will Carlsen run the table yet again, or will someone else usurp the throne? This is Norway Chess.
Welcome back, and I hope you're refreshed and ready after that short pause, because I have to say the games are getting interesting, especially as we march towards those shorter time controls. And let's have a look at the bird's eye view to see what games take our fancy. So we've saw a lot of wild complications in the matchup between Fabiano Caruana and Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, but it's also brewing everywhere else as well. And one game that really does catch my eye is the one in the middle, because Wesley, we've been talking about it for quite a while, has actually pushed his f-pawn forward and attacked the knight in order to get central dominance. You two are Grunfeld experts, so to me this looks great for white. Am I misreading the position?
Well, at first it definitely seems to be very good for white. If the black knight would be going back to d7, if we can jump into some of the lines, and if the knight moves back, then of course immediately e5, and it looks like white has an immense position. But can he go knight c6? Yeah,
Yes.
This is what I wanted to say. Knight c6, because this was a moment where black had to make a right decision. And it's very important that there is a pin on the d file. Now the b4 bishop attacked, and something will end up in the next move on d4, either the knight or the bishop, I believe.
Yeah, also this e4 pawn is often hanging in certain variations. Problem for Wesley So. How does he get his bishop out of the way? He drops it back to c3, and here, Judith, you mentioned that something could end up in d4, be that a knight or a bishop. Are there alternatives? Could you, for example, trade off and then, possibly take this pawn on e4?
Well, I think one of the question, how do you want to take the pawn? Right now, immediately?
There's a pawn.
Maybe right now.
There's a pawn up for grabs, guys. Just take it, please.
Let's check it out. Queen takes e4, just while this is still pinned. And yeah, the problem is, for example, the white bishop could move with gain of time, but at the very least, black could now take this bishop and get the queens off the board.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Black is,
then black is great.
Yeah, black is cruising, maybe even winning this position. So yeah, if we go back after bishop c3, queen takes e4, why not? I don't see any downside yet. Do we have to do any calculation here? Other than that, I don't see it.
Well, maybe white can take on f6 and then to play rook d1 to protect the pawn, not allowing queen d4 or knight d4. And white says that, okay, I'm going to have d6. I have a great bishop, and my pawn, my d-pawn, is a much stronger passed pawn than yours. And okay, white gave up a pawn, right?
I think you've you found it. You stumbled across maybe the only way for white to defend. Everything else looked pretty grim, to be honest. And yeah, if we could teleport this black knight, kind of put it in a time machine, just put it on d6 somehow, blockade that white pawn, then black would be winning. But unfortunately, it does look like white's counterplay very quick. Yeah, I like that in the feature chat. When it comes to pawn grabbing, no calculation. Just queen takes e4, done.
I like how I'm in the majority here.
You're collecting new members to the
I'm
club.
recruiting as we speak.
Yeah, and suddenly knight e7, white could dream maybe of pushing d6. The knight can move, and maybe even d7, just put it all the way up the board. And yeah.
But I think black should be doing very fine in this scenario as well. So I don't know if after queen e4, is there anything else white can come up with? But it seems so that the threat of bishop exchange and queen d4 check, it's something white cannot meet with anything else than to capture on f6 and rook d1, I believe.
Yeah, to me it looks like the only way. So we're expecting queen takes pawn and rook to d1, key move, and the game continues. We could well see a scenario eventually where the kind of queens get exchanged, the bishop and knight come off as well, and we get down to a rook endgame where black will have an extra pawn, but these doubled f-pawns won't maybe count for that much. So yeah, we'll see. Maybe Wesley can hold the balance here, but Firouzja's done a good job, I must say, of finding these tactical tricks.
I agree. And, well, we will see what kind of mood that Wesley is in.
And breaking news, we have the first result of the day. It looks like a draw between Nordebek Abdusatorov and Gukesh. And we left that one with the queen still on the board. It did fizzle out. Shall we investigate what happened there?
Yeah, let's have a quick look, and then we have some other important games going on with some action.
Yeah, so first result, that means Armageddon in roughly 15 minutes, maybe 20 minutes time between those two youngsters. That's going to be fast. It's going to be fun to watch. But meanwhile, this was the final position. And before we dig deeper into this, let's go back to where we left it. We left it at queen c5 earlier. White simply retreated the knight. Safety first move, just forcing the queens off the board due to this c-file pin. Maybe before it's too late, white had to backpedal here. Queen's coming off e5, hitting the rook. f6, solidifying the center, and f4. I think a really nice move actually here, Abdusatorov, because black was about to take over. White was in serious danger after bishop c6. Bishop c6 happened anyway, but this was met calmly by capturing everything off the board, and we saw the position fizzle after f takes e5. Wow, Gukesh actually offering a draw after earlier turning down the chance to repeat, because after rook takes e5, he probably figured that this one is just dead. Level pawns, symmetrical almost, and yeah, this one down in Armageddon now.
Well, actually, I'm kind of surprised at why did they agree to draw, but probably they were both ready in their mindset. Okay, Gukesh was trying to play on and showing that he wants to go a little further in the game, or that's also possible that he thought there is a better deviation with white in a later stage, which he didn't like, so that's why he went queen c5. The bottom line is that shortly we are going to see an incredible Armageddon, I think.
Yeah. And what are we predicting for that encounter?
Gukesh was so good yesterday against Magnus.
It depends very much on the opening. But if you put me in the corner,
as I will,
nobody puts Judith in the corner.
Then I say Gukesh win.
Gukesh wins.
Yeah, Gukesh was so good against Magnus, so unlucky yesterday, but I'll say Abdusatorov, just for argument's sake. And also,
and
he
then,
does
what
have
do
white.
You say?
I'm also thinking that Gukesh will win because it was so close against Magnus, and Nordebek hasn't been doing so well in the Armageddons. He's lost them all. So,
and he's in a must-win situation.
Yes. So we will see. In 20 minutes, their fates will be decided by Armageddon. And let's head back to the bird's eye view and see what other games are.
I'm very curious to see what Nakamura is up to versus the birthday boy now.
Yeah, this game, the center has exploded, Judith. Suddenly all sorts of tricks in the air. Black has beautiful centralization, but Nakamura has a few threats potentially up his sleeve. So maybe let's check out how this game has evolved and reassess whether we still think it's in the balance. Birthday boy Arian Tari, he's got some questions to answer, and the clocks are ticking. It's now down to under 30 minutes for both sides, and we're only at move 22, so it's still oceans of time, a long kind of list of moves ahead before any increment.
What I don't understand exactly, why the rook stands on b8 for black. Can we see that what has happened? How did that get there?
Yeah, so last we left this game, let's jump in and do an action replay. We left it after black broke out in the center with d5. And after d5, white actually traded off, releasing the tension immediately. And slightly surprising to me that Arian captured with the knight. I thought he would simply take back with the pawn, opening the c-file for the black rook. But nope, he took with the knight. And after rook to e1, queen d6, the white queen dropped back. And after knight g3, threatening to jump in with the white knight, black blocked this with knight to d4, covering the square, bishop g5. And this is the answer to your question, Judith. The rook was hit from the white bishop, so he simply moved it, and Naka retreats back to e3. So I guess very direct plan of taking this knight off the board and jumping into f5. How does Arian deal with that one?
Yeah, now it seems to me that there are quite a few questions which black has to answer. Queen g6 was just played, trying to exchange the queens. At first it looks like a nice move, covering the f5 square, trying to exchange the queens. I would love it for black if white would capture on g6, pawn would capture it with from h7, towards to the center, and later on to play f5. And still both of the knights are standing really beautiful. At the same time, can white go c3? The only reason I don't like the fact that the a7 bishop is unprotected. I would love to have more the rook on a8 to protect that bishop. So I don't know what's going on here. Should black be taking on e3 and after f takes e3 go knight e6?
Might have to. And here there is another attack suddenly opened up. We talked about the light squared bishop all the way earlier at the start of the game. Hikaru talked about that light squared bishop double attack, so knight e6 forced Judith. And this is the key question, is black okay here? Feels like it should be good for white if you can kind of get d4 and knight e4 in and start jumping, but maybe black's just solid enough. I wondered the same question with the queens on the board. Could we ask here what happens after c3? Is this a slightly better version, maybe? I kind of want the queens on. If black ever trades the queens, I'm very happy actually with this change. Sorry, mouse slip, not queen g5. This trade, because suddenly white feels like has extra control over this square. Maybe just d4.
Well, the move order had to be queen exchange first. Otherwise, bishop f7, I guess.
Oh, sorry. Yep. Let's
yeah, but,
this position
but okay,
nonetheless.
we want to get this position right. E takes d4. E takes d4. I would love to take knight d4, but the f7 is still under attack. Otherwise, to grab 3 pawns with knight d4 takes, bishop d4, bishop b2, that would be a great compensation for black.
But you can't just sit with your knight on g5 and just say...
Maybe you can go...
c5, maybe?
Yeah.
c5, and yeah, after push, knight g5?
Yeah, I mean, if push, then suddenly this white bishop is locked out as well.
Actually, check first, yeah.
Check first.
Yeah.
And yeah, after the king moves, then knight g5 or knight c5, and
yeah, and go to d3.
White has a dead piece.
Yeah, that would be too nice for black.
Yeah, this could be a key detail because it looks like black was suffering unless you had this c5 break, and looks like Arian has worked it all out. Let's go back to the current position.
Can white go queen d1? Does it make any sense? Or then knight e3 would be much better for black because the g3 knight is also under attack.
Well, it looks like a fascinating position regardless. I want to go straight to the Magnus game because he's just come out of the confessional and he said, Anish surprised me. So what has Anish done to surprise Magnus?
Yeah.
Altså, jeg bare overså helt da med D6. Jeg trodde han var i kjempetrøbbel der. Det var typisk sånn trekk som ikke var tilgjengelig trekket før, men det er tilgjengelig nå, og da sånn, plutselig så overser man det. Jeg tror uansett jeg står i hvert fall som praktisk sett klart best, eller i hvert fall noe bedre, men det blir en liten justering fra å tenke at høy, nå tror jeg er ferdig med å vinne til ja, det her er ikke lett i det hele tatt.
And there we see Magnus confessing to having been surprised by Anish's Queen D6. And this adjustment that Magnus talks about, how he felt like he was winning, and now, not that easy anymore.
Yeah, to me, it's just a classic case of one of the top players just being really confident about their chances, when in reality, I think it looks like a logical game. Neither side has done anything too spectacular. I'm surprised that Magnus is so optimistic, I've got to say. Normally we see him kind of downplaying his chances, saying, okay, like he played fine, but the opponent also played okay. Do we agree with his thoughts here? I don't know if I do.
No, actually, I would like to go back exactly to this moment where he was referring to that he was blundering Queen D6 at the point where he thought he's already winning. And because I think we were looking this moment before. Yes, so this was the reason he went to King H7, right? To play Queen D6. This is what we discussed. Because we also underestimated, and we were not really spending serious time on King H7 because, it looks bad, put it on the white square diagonal, right? But actually it had a very concrete idea behind it.
And Queen D6 was missed by Magnus. Now he wants to keep the queens on at any cost. He wants the attack to continue to boil. So Queen G4 retreating. We saw a trade here. Queen G6 again threatening that queen in trade. Queen D7 jumping in. Bishop F6. Queen takes B5, restoring the material balance. And this is the position we have on the board. Important that White's queen can defend, cover C2 now. And Rook E8, the last move. So can Magnus milk this clear advantage or small advantage that he thinks he has? Or is the game just fizzling out? It's level pawns, and if E5 drops, it's going to be hard to imagine White winning this game.
Can White go F4? Because I don't think White should be giving up the E5 pawn, or at least this would be the first thing I would be looking. I see the bar does not really agree with me.
So let's try and figure out why.
Probably Queen C2 can be very powerful.
Yeah, but you can step forward and go Queen D4, and then C5 would come.
If White tries to cover everything, the rook, the pawn, then, as you say, Jovanka, the pawns are marching. And, okay, we have different moves.
Simplification, yeah? Queen C7, Queen E5.
Yeah, queen takes pawn happened, and White has the safer king, but can Magnus really win this game? Look at his face now, slight frown there from the Norwegian. Looks like it's fizzling out. This is not just a queen trade threat, but also B2 is hit. So if he wants to keep the game going... Wait, how does he keep the game going? I don't think he can keep the queens on.
Well, what about...
He can attack the rook, right?
Queen D7.
Yeah, but then once you step forward and attack the queen, I guess you keep that merry dance going on for a long, long time. Not really an active move.
Yeah, what do we think? Do we agree with Magnus's comments that he was better? To me, it always seemed dynamically complicated at the very minimum.
Well, I think it was very tempting. It was very good for the eye that White has all these very active pieces, and the black pieces were on the queen side. But sometimes you can overestimate your position easily when you have such an attack. And this can also mean, if it's not true, that sometimes you don't have the most objective senses during the game, which can be not a very good feeling if you misjudge a position.
Yeah, actually, I must confess, every time I play a 2750, 2800 player, always in the post-mortem afterwards, they're like, oh, of course, this, and then I'm winning. This, I was way better. Like, how could you play this? I had a big advantage. I go back and check, and the computer is like, they were talking nonsense the whole time. But that kind of, sometimes a lack of objectivity is good. It kind of gives you confidence, and that's kind of, if you exude that to your opponent, it transmits. And here we go. He keeps the queens on.
Yes, that's very clear. I think that he has to try to keep the queens on and pose some problem for Anish, but I like very much the queen centralized on e5 for black, putting pressure on the b2 pawn, because it will be very hard to save the pawn on b2, I believe.
Yeah, it is difficult. For instance, if you start chasing away the queen with the rook, that's one idea that I had. Another one was to try to offer a queen trade.
Anish is reaching for his queen, I think, on the camera. He's hesitating here. 11 minutes for Anish.
And this we should not underestimate, that Anish has less than 12 minutes, while Magnus has 32 minutes, because the game can be long, and this is what I think Magnus will be playing for, absolutely, from the practical aspect of the game.
For sure. And queen e6 is on the board.
Yeah, you know what? I was thinking about this move, but then I rejected it after I publicly said it, because you can go queen takes queen, and then to grab that pawn on d5.
But if we can go into these lines, then we can see that probably after takes bishop d5, black is able to simplify the position, and the end will be 3 pawns versus 2, if I'm correct. Of course, rook d6 is not possible to bishop e4, so black, they are exchanging bishops, rook e2, and after rook b5, rook c2, and black is going to be pushing c3.
Yeah. Just to show this type of endgame, 3 versus 2 should be quite a straightforward draw at this level. White simply cannot create a passed pawn without exchanging everything off. And Anish will draw this one in his sleep. So Magnus wants a bit more. Queen e6. What do we think? He won't take if he wants to win. But how does he keep winning chances? Does he just play queen a7? Keep the tension? Queen b5 maybe?
Queen a7 I like if the white queen can come back to d4, but I'm afraid from white perspective that black is going to be chasing the white queen. If I mean, even now queen e7 is possible, and after queen d4, queen e5, or going back. Yeah, that's also a great idea.
Yeah, and here we might always see the evaluation bar slightly on white side, but that's mainly because, Jovanka, as you mentioned, white can win a pawn and go into this rook and pawn endgame, and that's where computers cannot be truly trusted. That's just a dead draw, even if white is given a small advantage there. Again, after bishop takes pawn, that endgame is imminent.
Yeah, this is a big question, how Magnus can think of something magic to be able to play on this game without simplification.
What's kind of interesting, because we're kind of assuming that Magnus is so optimistic that he kind of wants to keep the game alive. Is this in general a healthy attitude, to think the most of your position and then just keep on trying? Or should, you know, bearing in mind that this is a long, grueling tournament, should Magnus just go, you know what, I'm just going to accept that the position is what it is, it's a draw, it's fairly simplified?
I think he cannot accept this, because it's already round 5, so he desperately wants to win a classical game, and if he can keep it without risking anything, he has to try every possible opportunity to keep the game going.
Yeah, and I think there's minimal risk attached here as well. If it were maybe a more complex position where playing on would demand that you really burn your bridges, then maybe Magnus would extend his hand and say, okay, let's just settle this in Armageddon. But in such a complex fight, yeah, in such an endgame like this, yeah, he can always bail out with a draw, it feels like.
And when it comes to risk, at what point, like roughly what kind of percentage in your mind do you guys think this is it? Okay, well, talking about risk, talking about percentages, we do have an Armageddon game between Nordebek Abdustorf and Gukesh, and they are off. Remember, Nordebek will start with 10 minutes on the clock, Gukesh will just 7 minutes. The players, once they reach past move 40, will be getting a 1 second increment, and this is the most important thing. Gukesh has draw odds.
Yeah, and it's a quick start to this game. It's another Catalan, just as we saw between Magnus Carlsen and Anish Giri, but a totally different variation. Here, black is aiming to just trade everything off in the center as quickly as possible and go down to a symmetrical structure. This tends to favor white's light squared bishop, but if black can solve his problems concretely, as Gukesh is kind of banking on doing here, then he'll be very happy. And okay, look at this, he's getting ready to kick back the white queen. He's getting ready to play b5. White can restore the balance, but black's gaining some time. White's queen is losing several tempi here, Judith.
Absolutely. Black goes b5, bishop b7 in a second will be on the board.
Looks totally fine to me.
It's a very healthy position, right, for both sides, but Nodirbek is under pressure, must-win situation, and it seems like Gukesh wants to play healthy and safe.
Yeah, his position looks very healthy and safe right now. I don't see how White can get active just by the fact that Abdusattorov is pausing right now. It means that he is out of book, or at least he's not too familiar with the move orders, the ideas. If I remember correctly, maybe he shouldn't have castled because now Black is able to kind of neutralize White's light squared bishop. And if Black gets 2 more moves, just gets castled, then Black is extremely happy. And okay, sliding with the rook first. Already White's queen is so uncomfortably placed on c2.
Yeah. Black has a very nice development.
Wow, I mean, just taking a look at the database here on chess.com, I can see that the stats were very much in Black's favor. I was thinking it was like 60% was the victory for Black. And here, Gukesh has simply found a nice home for his queen. Everything is perfectly placed. All he needs to do is just skedaddle with the king to safety and easy position.
Yeah, super play and super speed from Gukesh. He's only used around 30 seconds to get to this point. The time deficit has halved. It's only down to a 1.5 minute difference. And yeah, perfect position. Symmetrical, not too difficult. No real calculation or tactics to be seen. A4. He has to try something, Abdusattorov. He has to try to disbalance this position.
b4, he wants to go a5, I believe, and go knight a4, though I'm not sure the white knight will be very happy over there on the rim.
Yeah, he has to go for it, though. That's the key, and I think we're headed down that direction, Judith. a5 here, you simply have to kick back that black queen, have to do something.
It's not fun for white to move away the knight from c3, because the bishop can show up on d5, queen on b7, and black can have a very dominating position with the bishop pair in the center.
Mm-hmm.
I think we might see that dominating position anyway, as long as the black queen can find a safe square.
And if I were black, I would probably tuck it in the corner. I mean, it looks a bit strange, but I was a little bit afraid that if you put your queen on d8, that it might not be so comfortable later on once the white rooks centralize.
At the same time, after knight a4, the a5 pawn might be someday a loss for white.
Yeah, watch out for that pawn dropping off the board. And Nodirbek
immediately after knight a4, right?
Exactly. Nodirbek also has the problem of this bishop d5 move incoming, hitting that white queen, as you said, Judith. That white queen lacking too many safe squares. Looks great from Gukesh so far, and the white knight forced back just to keep the contact with the white rook and pawn, but that is depressing.
You can't be happy when you have to go back in such a position to the initial square with your knight.
And Gukesh just castling the king to safety. He has the dream position.
Well, look what the development advantage for black. Look at the bishops, the knights, the rook on c8, and white has to restart his development.
White's lost so much time. I think 4 or 5 moves with white queen, and now this white knight has moved 3 times. Black, meanwhile, has been very efficient and everything perfect. H6.
At the same time, sometimes you get a very good position, but you have to keep going. And probably white will be moving away with his queen from b3, playing b3, bishop b2, trying to locate his knight to c4, and somehow stabilize the position. But he goes rook d1.
And Gukesh just keeping things simple. That's the motto so far. He just plants his queen on a very nice safe square. The other black rook is getting ready to go to d8. Everything harmonized, everything coordinated here.
Can white develop with his pieces ever? You know, one day bishop f2 is right there on the corner.
Yeah. Ooh, knight e1. Good classical Catalan move. Normally the white knight wants to sit on d3, but this time it just feels wrong. We see the question mark attached to that move.
Maybe bishop f2 it's time? What do you think?
Ooh, it's not going to happen in Armageddon, though, unless Gukesh really invests all his time to calculate. It could be strong, though, Judith. Maybe.
Well, I don't know.
The white pieces are not ready. Bishop takes pawn, followed by a queen check.
But not only queen check, also knight c5 is something to look after, you know? Because if you cannot go to e3 with the queen knight g4. If you go to the c file, knight e4 check can happen. If you have to go to a2, then knight g4 and knight e3. So something, but of course it's understandable.
Yeah, I think something was tingling there. His instincts were on fire there, Gukesh, but he had to be practical. He's only got 4 minutes. He brings his knight into the center. We see the red cross there temporarily. That was because an opportunity was missed. Maybe it was bishop takes f2, as Judith mentioned, but still a healthy position for black.
Yeah.
Nice and safe as well.
And you were right, Judith. That was the golden opportunity for Gukesh, but he has a very good position right now on the board. Take a look at White's pieces. They're all on the back row.
But
Not good
actually, there
news
was a
and big
blunder,
threat.
I think. It was a blunder by White because there is no move protecting the f2 square. The e2 pawn cannot play e3 because f3 is under attack. So...
Bishop e3 on the board. His structure is going to be destroyed now, Abdusattorov. Gukesh can just capture this bishop, and White will not be loving any middle game, any endgame with those doubled e-pawns.
I mean, how would you capture that bishop? It's so tempting to go knight takes bishop, okay, and it is on the board.
Queen e4.
Okay, hunt down the e3 pawn. I like it.
And Gukesh feeling so relaxed that he can get up and check out the screen, how close he is to getting increment. He's got 4 minutes to make 17 moves before he gets that luxury of 1 second. But
and grabbing the pawn.
Oof. Free pawn and big advantage. I'm not sure it's Abdusattorov who's going to survive until move 40.
But he's fighting.
And Gukesh under 4 minutes, whereas Abdusattorov has over 5 minutes. And remember, the players are playing without increment. They will get just a 1 second increment once they pass move 40. And there you see nice centralization of the rooks. Beautiful.
Yeah, he's even willing to give up 2 rooks for White's queen because White's remaining rooks, and this is going to happen. White's rooks will not be coordinated. White's pawn structure is in ruins. The black queen and black bishop looks too active here for White to ever hope for equality, let alone an advantage.
Well, very bad piece play for White, apart from the fact that the queen and the pawn versus 2 rooks is just fine, especially when there is no activity.
Queen e2 on the board. I mean, attacking the rook and the b2 pawn. How can you hold on? Black's position is simply overwhelming.
Yeah, I don't think you can hold on. He went for an imbalance here, Abdusattorov. He had to try something, hence the queen for 2 rook decision. But Black simply coming in. And this one could be over any minute. Gukesh too good. Yeah, the white rook had to run away. If it had gone to b3, it would have been trapped immediately. So rook to d7, hunting for counterplay.
Just takes on b2, I believe.
Attacking the rook. It's extra material. Go for it, and he does.
Yep, that pawn disappears. And White's rook moves, but you can move the f7 pawn. You can defend the f7 pawn. That black b pawn's going to decide the game.
Well, the bishop is extremely powerful.
Yeah, far superior to the white knight. I think this was just decided in the opening, right? Nodebek's never been in the game, never had the fight even. b3.
He doesn't even bother to defend the f-pawn. I mean, what can you suggest for Nodebek except for grab that pawn and hope for the best?
Well, I believe queen c3 is going to be on the board, or queen c2 first, and after rook d7, then queen c3, and the pawn will be pushed.
Yep, Gukesh again feeling confident, gets up to check how many moves have been made. Nodebek, either he goes extremely passive to stop the b-pawn, where he'll be beaten slowly but surely, or he goes active, as you say, Judith, tries to go for the black king with the 2 rooks on the 7th rank, but that's easily defended. That's easily rebuffed. I think he's going to go... Okay, he just slides across. b2.
Rook b7.
He's holding up temporarily. How does black break through? Okay, lining up against the white e2 pawn.
And the worst thing is that, of course, White's in a must-win situation in all this. So you can't just simply bail out with rook f2, queen d1. There you go.
Gukesh repeating the position.
Yes, because a draw is as good as a loss for Nodebek.
Yeah, nothing to do. You're pretty much tied up here. You're bound hand and foot. You cannot move. The black b pawn too strong. I think he'll bail out. Rook f2. And we'll see that handshake.
And bishop e3 is actually such a deadly threat. It's all falling apart. Maybe he can try and hold on with rook b3, but that's not going to solve anything. No.
I think he may try to play rook b8, let's say. And if bishop e3 takes to go rook f2. Not rook f2, king g2. And somehow try to win the b2 pawn.
Yeah, it feels like black will have a perpetual check with the queen either way. Also, breaking news, we will have another Armageddon because Magnus Carlsen has just drawn against Anish Giri. We'll go to that one shortly. The Armageddon due to start in 20 minutes. Here we see them, Magnus head in hands for a second there, Anish explaining something or discussing something with the Norwegian. But let's stick with this game. Abdusatorov just deciding how to fall on his sword here. Nothing to be done. No defense. Rook back to b3.
Oh no, but the queen will come to c2.
Well, it's just a repetition, right? Queen c2, rook b7, going back.
Queen e2, and they're starting to repeat the position.
There we see Gukesh has called the arbiter. He's about to play the move queen e2. That will be the third time that position's repeated. And handshake, it is a draw. Gukesh takes the points.
Oh, walking away with 1.5 points, whereas Nordibek gets just 1 point. What is happening here?
Just clarifying the result. This individual game was a draw, but of course a draw suits black in the Armageddon. And here we see, Gukesh after that really exemplary display. Impressive stuff, taking the point.
But it was very interesting that it was an extremely professional way of making a draw.
Yeah.
I mean, he had a great opportunity. He was kind of winning in one moment, and after that, he had a great position, almost winning.
Yeah.
And at the end, he was even wanted to claim the draw that it's a 3 repetition. So it was like really on his mind that draw wins.
Yes, and well, that was a great result, but we're also checking out the bird's eye view. We can see that Fabiano is in serious trouble against Shak Mamedyarov. Shak is going to win it.
Yeah, potentially groundbreaking result here. Huge drama on the board. We also saw Hikaru Nakamura there. That game is getting very tense. Hikaru turning things in his favor, but yeah, Mamedyarov, he's about to break Fabiano's heart. It looks like just a pawn advantage here for black. Queens are guaranteed to come off the board on the next move, and black's extra 3 versus 1 majority on the queen side is going to decide this one. The black A pawn, we called it earlier.
Yeah, but it does look like Fabiano blundered in the previous move.
Yeah, and he's been under time pressure. We should clarify, Fabiano's only got 6 minutes. They're still not at move 40, but yeah, difficult position and a mistake from him.
Can we see and go into the last few moves? What has happened to him?
Yep, let's quickly jump in. Fabiano head in hands. He's got to move. He's got to move quickly. He's got to think quickly. We last left this at rook takes e6. Really classy move, banking on back rank traps from Mamedyarov here. The bishop drops back with a check. We saw the black king hide in the corner after rook to d1, keeping the rooks on the board. Queen d6, and it looks like Mamedyarov just kind of controlled things really nicely here. h4, and a few moves down the line, the back rank for white proved to be the weakness. Queen e5, and I think the slip was here. Queen to d3 we see brandished with a question mark. I'm not sure what he should have done.
Well, I just had the computer open and it said king h2. Only move to save the game.
And I mean, rook takes bishop.
Perpetual check if with rook g8.
It is after king h2. If you were to grab the bishop, then you would play, I don't know, maybe the computer's uncertain. He goes rook e8.
Wow, rook takes g8. I think you're right, Judith. Rook takes and just a check, and maybe there's no way to hide for this black king. Even the evaluation bar here, we see it's like up and down and changing its mind. It's so complicated. This one is a difficult one to spot from Fabiano. We can forgive him for missing this, but it will cost him the point. Instead, he passively defended his bishop. What could be more logical? And queen to b1 is the killer blow. Now there's no way to keep the queen intact with her bishop. Therefore, the queens are coming off the board. And Mamedyarov is so confident, he steps up. Looks like Fabi crashing to defeat with the white pieces, the tournament being thrown wide open. Dramatic times in Norway Chess.
And there we see Fabiano in deep concentration, fighting hard to find a way to survive, and and in the while there is simply the problem of the clock. Remember, Fabiano will be only getting a 10-second increment once they pass move 40.
Yeah, move 40 still a few turns away, so 4 minutes left on the clock to pick apart the ruins of this position to even find a way to keep the game alive. A queen trade, and it's going to be slow but inevitable. He will crash to defeat here.
Yeah, and in the meantime, we are joined in the studio by Gukesh, who just defeated Nordebek in an Armageddon game. So talk us through that match.
Yeah, today in general I think I played quite well. In the classical game, I faced a surprise, this H3 move, which I was not aware of. But I guess it was not a very strong idea. There were a few ways, and I thought what I did was maybe slightly worse, but it was quite safe and it avoided his prep. So I was quite happy with my reaction, and in the end, maybe I had a slight chance with Queen C7 instead of Queen C5. I rushed a bit there, but still okay. It should be a draw with decent play.
Yeah.
So
were you checking B4 at that point? After Queen C5, if B4 would be played?
Yeah, Queen C5. I wanted to provoke B4 so that there are more tricks with the knight on C3 kind of hanging. So I thought. Provoking B4 was clever, but I just completely missed that he has knight E2. And
we were thinking of, if B4, you go back to C7?
Yeah.
And then if white goes king B2 and rook D3, queen D2 as a plan?
Yeah, maybe bishop C6 or C8 and...
Or maybe B4, queen C7, rook D3? We thought that maybe B4 can be a plus for white.
Okay.
At first also we thought that you want to provoke it and it weakens the white structure. But the king will be kind of safe on B2.
Yeah, could I maybe go B4, queen E5?
Yeah, anyway, rook D3, let's say.
Rook D3, bishop C6.
Queen D2.
So this is the plan.
Yeah, because somehow the queen on D2 I liked very much, the D file and also covering the F4 square.
Yeah, also F4 is a kind of threat. Yeah. Maybe you should have done that. Yeah, I realized that Queen C5 is anyways not a very good move. But yeah, B4, I underestimated B4.
And when you rejected this repetition of moves, did you reject it because you wanted to play for a win? You just have a principle not to make repetition of moves? Or what feelings you had?
I was thinking okay, he was pressing for a win all along, and it would be kind of psychologically hard for him to sit and find and draw. And okay, I also was ahead on time and my position. I didn't think it was any risk for me, so thought I'll play a few moves. It'll anyways mostly be a draw, but I'll just try for a few moves.
And obviously you went into Armageddon where you had a very smooth game. I mean, do you find it easy to adjust from playing a classical game and then moving on to a faster time control?
I think in general, before the classical game, you have a brief idea of what you're going to do if it goes to Armageddon. And I've already played 2 Armageddons in this tournament, so I was kind of ready for it. And okay, if you get such a position after the opening, I think you're generally happy. Yeah. He just didn't know the line, and I think already castle was dubious, and after a6 b5 I'm just maybe even better for black. So yeah.
And yesterday, of course, you had a spectacular Armageddon game against Magnus Carlsen, where you're moving quickly, piece imbalances. I mean, what were your thoughts on that game?
Of course, it was a crazy game. Classical, I was just after I survived it, it was like I felt like I just escaped hell after that. And I was just super happy to get to Armageddon, and I was actually very relaxed during the game. I just thought I'll just throw my pieces and see what happens. And I think I've found some nice ideas, but he defended very well. And in the end, after Queen E3, I had E6, but okay, this with 5 seconds, anything can happen. So yeah, it was a very nice experience against Magnus.
Yeah, and how are you finding Stavanger and Norway Chess in general?
This is my second time. I was here in 21 when we met for the first time. I think that was a honor for me, and I played in the open section. And yeah, this place is very nice. We are going for walks with my trainer, and it's it's great to be here.
Mm-hmm. And you mentioned you were going on walks with the trainer, enjoying the nature. Do you have any other pre-game rituals?
Not really. Just in general, I would prepare for a while, rest for a while.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And you've been playing a lot of tournaments recently. I think this is your 5th tournament in a row?
Not really.
Is it more?
I played Sharjah Masters before this event.
Yeah.
And before Sharjah, I had a 1 week break at home.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, not much, but it was not continuously. So.
And well, looking at the games, do you have any thoughts? Do you think Fabiano Caruana will be able to survive this against Shakria? And then I'm gonna steal your thoughts on Hikaru's game against Ariane.
Okay. Fabi's game, I see the computer is giving winning for black, and okay, there should be a way to escape the perpetuals.
Do you always believe the engines?
Not really, but I guess this position it has to be accurate because the king goes to e5, I think, and just king f5, queen f3, king e5, just king runs all the way to the queen side.
Mm-hmm.
How much are you following the other games during your game?
During when I'm playing my game?
Yes, because Hikaru, he's usually going into the confessional booth, and he's like taking over our job, and he's explaining to everybody what's going on, not only in his game, but also all the other games.
Okay.
How much are you following the other games?
I do take walks, I do look at the DGT screen, but I should say I don't follow others' games very closely. Unless, I remember there was this Magnus Hikaru Armageddon, and I was like, I think it was my move, but I could not stop watching that game. But in general, I don't look at other games a lot. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And have you been tempted to go into the confessional booth and share with us your thoughts?
I should at some point probably, but till now I hadn't thought about it. So
Wow.
Yeah.
And I'd also like to just get your opinion on this very tense game between Hikaru Nakamura and Ariane Tari. And just to mention, the game between Wesley So and Alireza Firouzja did end in a draw. So we are going to see our third Armageddon of the day. And it looks very scary. Black has some pawns on b3 and b4. What's happening?
White is a pawn up, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe bishop b6. The bishop is not threatened. Yeah. Maybe next white will just go king e2, and black has to protect the f5 pawn, and then he can move the d1 rook and start collecting some pawns on the queen side.
Yeah.
It does look quite good for white.
It looks good for white. So good for Hikaru. And also the evaluation bar does confirm that Hikaru
I did look at it first.
I didn't see it. My eyesight's not that great. So, yeah. Thank you very much, Gukesh, for joining us in the studio, and good luck in tomorrow's game.
Thank you.
Thanks. And we have some more Armageddon games in store, and there we can see Hikaru enjoying his position against Ariane Tari, who celebrates his 24th birthday today.
Well, I think this is not exactly what he had in mind, and his face expression also tells it all. That basically he gave up already this position. This is what I'm reading from his face. And something went really very wrong in the last several moves since we've seen this.
Yeah, should we do a quick action replay?
Yeah, just let's see how Nakamura played it out so that he has a winning position, or much, much better for sure.
How did Naka work his magic? We left the game after Queen G6, pawn to C3. We expected all of this, a capture, and rather than retreating to E6, where we thought Ariane would be doing okay with his knight, he jumped forward to B3, and maybe this was the start of where things got a bit shaky. Suddenly an imbalance incoming, knight to E4, the queen's disappeared, and we saw the first mistake from Ariane. Objectively given a question mark by the computer. C5, this allowed a trade, and before the black bishop is allowed to open up again, a really classy instructive move here. C4, fixing the black pawn on C5, fixing the black bishop therefore on a blunted diagonal, and we saw things only turn in white's favor here. I think Ariane, already struggling to find counterplay, gave up his pawn with H5 in order to push his pawn to F5, but after this gift was gratefully accepted, we saw the white knight found a nice safe square, and after F4, Hikaru, he's ready to trade things off, ready to simplify. A takes B4 on the board. I think the plan here after C takes B is simply to remove the knight from, the bishop from the board, trade things off, and here sooner or later these central white connected pass pawns will decide the game. White's a pawn up, not too much to worry about here.
Yeah, it seems to be pretty sad from the black side. Here black would have, well, double B pawn, which is not helping much. Yes, indeed. Rough birthday.
I know, I was thinking about it. I mean, it was just one. It felt like a small mistake, but in the end it was such a positional error that it just turned it around.
And that's how Nakamura collects a lot of his points these days. He just keeps the tension, waits for his opponents to slip up, even if it's a small strategic mistake, but he's so good at taking his chances, and especially if he gets a risk-free position, he very rarely lets it slip. So yeah, looks like birthday disappointment for Tari. It seems to be a birthday curse, just top players, they seem to struggle. I've done it myself, lost on my birthday.
Me too, don't worry, you're not alone.
Something in the air, it's just hard to focus, I guess, when there's so much going on.
Never played on my birthday.
Oh, you're lucky, Ivanka, trust me.
So even Olympiads, you never had your birthday?
No, it's in June.
Yeah,
June is like prime time holiday season. No one's having any good tournaments then.
Ivanka's birthday is next week, everyone, so get ready to congratulate her.
The day after this finishes, so yeah.
We want birthday song messages and yeah, lots of celebration there, but unfortunately for today, Ariane Tari is going to go home empty-handed. Nothing much to discuss in this position. There's various ways you can kind of simplify the tension, but you see on the body language, okay, he gives up a second pawn, just moves his bishop, keeps at least that imbalance of knight versus bishop alive. But you get the impression this won't save him. White's going to be 2 pawns up in the ensuing endgame. Okay, shall we pause this one and see what's going on? It looks like Fabi has been chasing black's king around the board.
And it seems like Mamedyarov is hesitating how to finish off the game because he has a huge advantage in material. And maybe we get a look concretely what is happening. There are check was given all the way by Fabiano, so the king was chased from h6 all the way to c7.
And Fabi with no time on the clock there. We can see he moving his king to g1 to defend the bishop.
He made that move with 2 seconds left on his clock, but he's walking into a pin. This white bishop is doomed either now or even over the next few moves. Nothing to do, and Fabi's just prolonging the inevitable here. The black king is going to be super safe later on. It's going to hide on a square like b6. Here I would just be playing a move like queen d4, centralization.
And black play queen e2?
Yeah, I was thinking the same. What about grabbing material with queen d3?
Yeah, queen d4, queen d3, queen e2. This bishop's doomed.
But also a4 is not such a bad option.
Oh.
Sadistic, Judith.
We're being mean here, aren't we? Looking at all the ways for white to win. And he does go for queen d3. What's going to happen next? Fabiano, less than 10 seconds. It's I think he'll throw in a spite check, or it's going to be resigns.
Oh, and he made that move with just a couple of seconds left again, Fabi. And just while we wait for that result to tick in, it's incoming any moment now. We see the Armageddon game begin with Magnus Carlsen and Anish Giri. Magnus with white. Will we see a repeat of the earlier clash in the Catalan? Quick moves to start with. No, this time it's the Nimzo Indian and the Queen C2 variation, where white gets the bishop pair, but white's queen forced around the board a bit. And
very classical.
Yeah, theoretical stuff, Judith.
Yep, and the knight coming in to attack the queen. And now the pawn structure has stabilized in the center.
Yeah, and Magnus has employed this variation recently, if I recall. This line with c takes d5 didn't have a great reputation. Sorry, Magnus trading pawns a couple of moves ago. It didn't have a great reputation for a long time, but suddenly it's come back into fashion. And I remember some clashes between Fabiano and Hikaru in this line. It gets very, very sharp. Magnus clearly has done his homework, and Anish pausing. Can't afford too many long thinks in an Armageddon. He's been caught unawares by this opening choice.
And in the meanwhile, Fabiano has resigned. Shakriyat does walk away with 3 points. Very important 3 points for Shakriyat, who was at the tail end of the tournament. And now, as you said, Judith, anything can happen. It's getting close.
Yeah, suddenly Fabiano's 4-point lead in the tournament might be cut down to 1 point if Hikaru wins his classical encounter. Yeah, anything can happen now indeed. And meanwhile, something should happen for Anish Giri. Any move is better than none at this point. He spent 1 minute, over 1 minute on this move.
At the same time, he wants to decide how to react on that, because after that he's going to be probably pretty fast, the next moves. Sacrifice the pawn for compensation. Let's see whether is he going to be really having enough compensation in this game.
Yeah, and Magnus knows what to do, of course. He did not hesitate at all. He grabbed the pawn, and here Black has to decide how to compensate. You need to be quick. You need to get pieces into the game while all of White's kingside pieces are still asleep.
And of course, queen exchange in Anish's game, as in so many other games. This is what we've seen, but I think this is the good move. And then play rook c2, looking for counter chance, and compensation will be pretty obvious. But I'm sure that Black will have to make accurate moves.
Yeah, 2 options for White. Either you keep your bishop alive, or you save a bit of time by capturing this Black knight. You give yourself a tempo, but on the downside, you don't have the bishop pair. So Magnus retreats back to f4. And yeah, that rook is going to land any moment now. There we go, rook to c2. How does White evict those black pieces? The Black knight in the center can be kicked away. Question mark, though, attached to that move, because Magnus does immediately play f3. Knight has to go back to f6.
Yeah, that's kind of a painful news.
Yeah, I wonder whether Anish should have finessed this, maybe played a move like g5 first.
Maybe g4 is coming.
It is.
Because the black bishop can't go to g6 because rook c1 immediately with some tactics. And if the bishop has to move back to e6, then rook b1 will be possible. And then e3, bishop d3 comes.
Yeah, slowly but surely, White can evict those black pieces out of his half. He's already kicked back the knight and bishop. I love your move, Judith, there. Rook b1. Magnus loves it too. I think he's just played it. And 2 moves before Magnus establishes full stability. e3, bishop d3, and then it's just an extra pawn and bishop pair.
Well, this is absolutely a home prep for Magnus, I believe. This was a great trap.
It was a trap, and it had been played before, and it was just a careless moment from Anish. And once again, Magnus being very wily with his opening choices. And now the bishop does come to d3, the rook is kicked back. But as David and Judah have been highlighting, White is simply material up with a great position and to boot.
And Anish looks away from the board in disgust, not liking what he's done. Even if Magnus didn't have the extra e3 pawn, I think he would still be a big favourite in this game, just because White has full control. Bishop pair. White just needs to get organised.
Knows it exactly, that things are not going well. To have such a position against Magnus, pawn down, bishop pair, he's going to be playing king f2, I think, simply, and eventually e4. I had some bad experience against Magnus back in Vacanze. Some
similar
I didn't have a pawn up, but just the position was not good.
Yeah, and that's the thing, Judith, you mentioned the strategy, getting the queens off as early as possible. It works against most people, but against Magnus, maybe one of the exceptions. He loves these types of positions as well. when there's no risk, no complications, just slowly improving. The extra pawn, just a bonus. Extra 3 minutes also can't hurt for Magnus Carlsen. I think it would be the biggest shock of the tournament if Magnus didn't convert the advantage from here. Giri looking away again. He's got his pieces on nice squares, but they can go no further.
You can see how annoyed he is with the position having on the board.
Yeah, and it's maybe a new experience for Giri. It's rare to see him kind of lost out of the opening ever, let alone kind of after 15, 20 moves. Disaster, and Magnus just taking his time. He'll improve the white rook on h1. He'll start playing moves like h4. First he lines up. At some point he might play a4, b3, kick away the black knight from c4. And black will have no more counterplay.
Well, black will have some tiny hope in the fact that Magnus is in a must-win situation. So if Magnus for some reason squanders away his advantage, then okay, it's okay. But okay, well, Anish cementing his knight on c4. This is good strategy. It's very difficult to recommend anything for Anish other than just to make his pieces better and just hope for the best. I realize that hope is not a great plan in general.
It's the hope that kills you.
But still, it's something.
Yeah, and some small threats. Knight takes b2 occasionally in the air. The black knight hopping out the way. But yeah, it's the type of position you just have to play annoying moves. That's what I try and do in Blitz when things are going wrong, but your opponent doesn't have too much time. Just confuse them, or at least block their plans until they get frustrated. That's the only hope now. You can see on the camera, I've never seen Anish this devastated, this annoyed at himself before.
Yeah, because it's just after 10 moves or so, it was obvious that he's going to go behind the material.
He's picked up the bishop.
Oh, fumbling the pieces, Anish. We see a trade there. White's knight has a beautiful square on c3 now. What is Magnus's plan? He just bypasses the pawn. Wow, trying to create a passed b pawn. If black doesn't capture en passant now, then White's knight will sit on c3 forever with a nice blockade. We see a trade. Opposite colour bishops at least, but small solace. Still a pawn up. Okay, everything coming off the board.
Well, Magnus certainly has his eyes on the b6 pawn. It's now time for the bishop to get into the game, perhaps retreat to d7, support the advance of the b pawn, but nope, he's pushed his h pawn. And they always say when you're struggling, exchange pawns, sorry.
The problem for Anish is that he's simply lost another pawn now. If the black knight takes back on h5, white has bishop c7 and the black b pawn drops. The second issue is even if he goes defensive and defends his b pawn, he's going to be tied up, paralyzed, immobilized forever. This one's over. And you can see sad move, king h7.
And e4 will be coming.
Yep. Magnus first improving his king. Why not?
Defends the pawn. No.
And that's it. Anish has had enough. And Magnus takes the Armageddon point and therefore picks up 1.5 points. For Anish, it is a bad day at the office. And he loses.
Yeah, Magnus's 4th Armageddon win out of 5 rounds so far, but still not enough to get close to the lead. Magnus needs to up his game in classical, but looking smooth so far in the Armageddon.
And talking about the classical games, there has been another decisive result. Hikaru Nakamura, as expected, did defeat Arian Tari. And there you can see the two analysing, and this is a super important 3 points for Hikaru. That takes him 1 point behind Fabiano in the standings. And there is absolutely everything to play for in the remaining 4 rounds of Norway Chess.
Yeah, the results piling in there thick and fast, and yeah, sad day for Arian, but in the end Nakamura's nerves just held. And nice to see the players discussing the game afterwards. Just to show an action replay of how that game ended. This was the final position. We'll investigate in a second. Let's go back and play through the final few moves. We left it after bishop to b6 here. A desperate attempt from Arian Tari. And here Hikaru simply captured a pawn. Discovered check against the white king. This was met by an advance king f3 and nice control here from Hikaru. Just d4, pushing forward and it was the two white central pawns that did the business here. Eventually c5 did arrive. Nice trick here. Don't take the rook, because your rook would fall, but after c5, a last tactic to finish the game. Knight d6 and c takes b6. This is winning because, for example, after rook takes rook, b7, and no way to prevent promotion. A queen would appear next turn. Beautiful technique, and all 3 points for Hikaru Nakamura.
Absolutely. And after all that action, I think it's the perfect time to take a breather, and we're going to be seeing you shortly after the break.
I was here! I was lost. Okay, well, hey.
8, let's go!
Oh no, I think I should have just done that. Chat, I got 14!
We beat it! Let's go! No, 15, unreal. No, first try.
8 in a row, 9 in a row, baby! Let's go! Let's go! I got a little achievement thing.
I honestly really enjoyed that. That was really cool.
Become a chess.com community streamer at go.chess.com/start streaming.
I remember that day. It was unreal. I definitely felt like I was walking on air. Yeah, it was like such a beautiful feeling because I won the first championship that was actually combining women and men into the same section. So in addition to winning the title and the money, which I really needed, it was like something like $9,500, but I was like a college student at the time, and like literally that was like all the money I had in my bank account after cashing that check. So that was really cool. And then also I got an IAM norm. So it was like a little bit of everything.
Welcome back, and let's dive straight into the action because it is Armageddon time between Wesley So and Alireza Firouzja. Let's ignite that chess fire. Wesley now in a must-win situation. He will start with 10 minutes on the clock. Alireza only has 7 minutes, but Alireza does get those draw odds. And of course, there you can see it. After move 40, the players will get a tiny 1 second increment.
Yeah, and we have started with the Roy Lopez, the Spanish opening, met by the Berlin defense from Alireza, but it's the anti-Berlin, so all the pieces still on the board from Wesley. A good choice here, Judith?
I have no idea. Is bishop g5 already at such an early stage? Is it a regular move nowadays?
It's known, but it's rare, as you say. I think players have started to get desperate simply against the Berlin, and bishop g5 started appearing everywhere. We've seen it in the Italian game multiple times, early bishop g5, and Firouzja may be influenced by having those draw odds, retreating with black's bishop back to e7, rock solid.
I find it interesting that before black is playing d6, it is an option for black to go bishop e7 back, right? So it gives a different game for later, because g5 will be very simple if black wants to play it, but probably he will not want to play it. He just wants to go d6, maybe knight h5 at some point, because safety first and playing for a draw, which gives a victory for black. So probably that's the aim for Firouzja.
Yeah, rock solid chess so far from black. And the question is when Wesley will try and open the center. He goes for it immediately while the black king is still stuck in the middle before black's castled. Makes sense. I guess now the dilemma for Firouzja is whether he can castle or not. Can he get away with that? You don't really want to capture on d4. You'll always have a small disadvantage. So, okay, he actually backs up his knight on c6, blocks the pin. Solid, solid position. And white's bishop on h4 doesn't make a great impression, even if black has lost a tempo with his dark squared bishop.
Yeah, it's kind of a very interesting position. Because the bishop on h4 usually is not there in this kind of position, right? In the Steinitzer or something, the bishop's still on c1.
Yeah. It doesn't really help unless you can put extra pressure on black's central pawn from g3. Maybe that's one of the ideas from Wesley. I'm expecting... First, you have to do some calculation. Often white does threaten to take on c6 and then take on e5, so Firouzja does clarify the center. And what will Wesley go for?
Maybe he just wants to simplify everything, and after knight d4, he also wants to exchange that one. e4.
Just as many pieces off the board as possible. You're a prophet, Judith. Everything flying off. Light squared bishops as well, or keep those for now?
You exchange those.
But, I mean, is this enough to press black? I mean, the only advantage that white has is that black's bishop is worse than white's. But both of them are hardly useful pieces, I would say.
Yeah, this pawn structure often favours white when there are more pieces on the board, because then black is extremely cramped. And yeah, right now, as you say, Jovanka, doesn't feel like too much of an advantage. Black still has to be a bit careful and wary of pawn breaks, like e5 might come at some point. But if you can step out of anything concrete, you should be doing okay. No weaknesses in the black camp.
Yeah, basically that's the only big issue what can happen to black if white can play e5 in a good moment. But I'm not sure it is the case here, because after e5 black would capture it and go queen c8, for example.
Just take and move out the way, symmetrical pawn structure. So is e5 a threat? That's the big question. And he gets out of the way. Really nice preemptive move there. Prophylaxis with queen c8.
I think it would be time to play e5 eventually. I don't know if after e5 takes, rook d8 might be the good simplification for black.
Yeah, black can take and play rook d8. Sometimes the black queen is coming out to g4 as well. Have to be careful of that one. Is she coming out now?
She absolutely isn't. Oh, she is now. I was going to say no. Okay, the bishop actually drops back. And I guess Alireza just has a very nice plan of centralizing the rook. He defends the c7 pawn.
What a prophylactical move, playing rook c8 for later stage. If white plays e5, takes bishop e5, then the c7 pawn is already protected.
Yeah, and h3 kicking back the black queen to a slightly clumsy square on g6. It could be very active here, but also it could get caught offside on the wrong side of the board.
Maybe black has some plan to play knight h5 and bring the bishop to f6 and e5. Activate the bishop and turn.
Yeah, can't hurt. And I wouldn't be surprised if the prophylaxis continues. If white's bishop gets out of the way with bishop h2, just getting out of the way of any knight h5 hits, so that white will have an extra tempo later on, depending on what black does. Yeah, this is
And bishop
stuff.
h2 is on the board.
Yeah, and black's bishop drops back.
Is White going to be playing rook e3 and attack on the queen on...
Oh, here it comes. F-pawn steps forward.
Yeah, that plan's still in the air though. Watch out for it later. The white rook swinging towards the black king. But this was another plus behind dropping back the white bishop. The f-pawn no longer tied down to that piece. And this is why I didn't like the black queen on g6.
Yes, that queen I'm also kind of hesitant.
But wait 1 second, are there some tactical ideas in the air? After all, the king and queen are standing on the same diagonal.
Yeah, if black's bishop could leap over somehow. Okay, wow, you called it. I was going to say if the black bishop could have leapt over to c5, there would have been a nasty skewer. So, as you mentioned, get out of the way of any tactics. White king on h1, super safe.
Now I like White's position. I think there is some pressure what Wesley So built up.
Yeah, if black could just trade off one more set of pieces, if that's queens, there we go. Yeah, whether it's knights, bishops, then black should be fine. The space issue won't matter, but at the moment it feels really, really suffocating for black. Just struggling for squares, and queen f6. I think Wesley has to avoid this trade. Queen c4, queen, I don't know, f2, just any safe square.
Just do not get greedy and go pawn hunting and put your queen on a7. That is a recipe for disaster.
Wouldn't resist to push the pawn.
Yes. And, well, that seemed like it was an advancement in Wesley's favour. The queen slides over to attack c2, but queen f2, and you cannot grab the pawn on e5 because the knight on d7 is just loose.
Now f5 is a threat, and if black plays queen f5, I think g4 is coming.
Ivanka will be very happy to see that g4, f5, e6, the avalanche begins. And yeah, how does black stop this? It's not so easy. f5 is a monster threat, you think?
Oh, maybe black will have to play f5.
Oof, maybe black has to block this indeed. That's committal. You weaken the black king, but
at the same time,
must.
the h2 bishop will be there for quite some time, and f5 is on the board.
Yeah.
Yes, it is on the board. And Alireza Firouzja, just over 3.5 minutes left. Remember, there is no increment for the players until they reach past move 40. And then they get a tiny 1 second increment. Not a lot. There we see the players in focus.
What do you think about playing g4 anyway?
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. You could maybe prepare it with queen f3 as well, but g4...
No.
Oh, I'm not sure about that decision. It feels like this might just lead to more piece exchanges, but he wants f5 on this next move. I liked it, Judith. Just go all in. It's Armageddon. Scare the opponent, but...
Ooh, hesitation from Firouzja.
Ooh.
Moves his queen to f7 and then takes it back.
Why not queen f7? He's committed now. Yeah. He's touched his queen. He has to move his queen, and she does drop back to f7. Queen f3. I'm just looking at targets here. The white queen improves, hitting b7 on the board.
Maybe just rook takes at c6.
Yeah, makes sense to get something. Get those trades going. Firouzja down now to under 3 minutes. He needs to speed up. It's been a slow start to this Armageddon game. c6 eventually on the board, relying on tactics.
Which means that probably after rook takes e8, he wants to take back with the knight on e8?
Possibly.
Because if rook takes, then I think bishop d6, takes, check on e1, king h2. And after queen c7, queen g3.
Queen g3.
I think white is just defending everything in time.
Yeah, because it's hitting the rook on e1.
Still a bit precarious there. Rook c1. White is really stuck in that final position.
Well, okay, we're going to see it.
No chance Firouzja was ever going to take back with the knight. He's an active player, and we're going to see this variation.
It's on the board.
I don't like this for Wesley one bit. It feels like you've won a pawn, yes, but you've lost all coordination, and we're going to see this line. Queen on g3, defending white's rook, attacking black's rook, but now the black rook just moves.
Oh, and he wants some tricks. If, let's say, I thought rook c1, rook d2, then knight g4 and rook h1.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Tricks all over the board. Really nice tactics. Yeah, if the white rook moves to the wrong square, then rook h1, check, as Judith mentions, and...
So probably white should be playing rook d3, and then after queen exchange, taking with the king, rook f5, giving a check on d8, rook b8, trying something, but I don't see anything better for white.
And we have to remember, Wesley is in a must-win situation, so he has to maximize the opportunities in the position by simply maintaining the pieces. And he does drop that rook to d3. You called it, Judith. It's happening.
The queens are off the board. Firouzja is going to win his pawn back. Symmetrical structure, but white's king slightly closer to the middle. And, okay, he has to go behind. He has to go pawn hunting with white. 2 or 3 moves and black is fully fine. So, okay, rook b8 on the board, the only way to cause some trouble.
I have rook b6, but I would be very surprised if Alireza cannot hold the game.
But Moose, you do have some advantage if, for instance, after b5 you can lock the pawns with a5 and then try to get something there. But okay, Alireza gives a check.
This is a much better solution because when the king moves back, then rook f7 just defends the pawn. Though after that, knight e4 is possible because king g4 would be a mistake here because g6, not g6. I thought
rook f4.
Rook f4 and g6. Sorry.
What's he thinking about? He surely has to go back. Walking forward will get you checkmated.
Well, king h4 still an option, but probably not a very advisable one.
Ooh, he's playing with fire here, Wesley.
Oh, he moves it.
And after rook g5?
Oh.
Maybe you wanted g4 there.
Yeah.
Okay, the white king not getting mated, but it's living on the edge, literally there on h4. Knight f4, and yeah, black's going pawn hunting.
No.
Do you have to move your king back? Do you have to repeat the position once? It feels like you might live to regret it if you do not come back with the white king right now. But black has rook f7 if you want. Black can retreat and just hold everything, defend everything.
Mm-hmm. Maybe he's got plans of playing g4? Although that is... Ooh.
Yeah, scary. It could well happen, Jovanka. And look at the clocks. They're almost balanced now. Wesley's time advantage has disappeared. It's only 20 seconds in it. Can he hold his nerve? The players are soon getting that valuable, priceless 1 second increment.
And
he gambles.
Well, he has to roll the dice and go for it. And there we see Alireza grab a pawn. The king steps back. And now the knight attacks the c2 pawn.
Actually, it was a must. This was the only chance in a must-win situation to take the pawn. Correct.
Yeah, and he's banking everything on white's a4 pawn. Knights are notoriously bad against these rook's pawns. But the problem is there a forced draw now going for checks for Firouzja? He's just trying to force the white king back to worse squares. Very nice move, very logical move. He might go after pawns later, but only once the white king is sidelined. Oof, beautiful play by black. The rook and knight combining against the white king. And look at it, forced back to g1. Now the black rook can go pawn hunting if it wants. Give a couple of checks.
That's what will be the case.
Wesley shook his head there on the camera. He knows that black should draw this with best play. What's he going to do? Is he going to give a check with the black knight? Firouzja a bit nervous, hesitating.
Check, and take with the rook.
Yeah. Activating the rook. When in doubt, get the rook behind.
Black is a pawn up for the moment.
But white is banking all their hopes on the a pawn, which will be a passer.
Yeah, it feels like white has to activate the king sooner or later to try and start a race. But black's got everything under control. How to even test the opponent here. Knight to c4 is a threat. Black's knight can go to the queen side and go start grabbing pawns as well.
And look at the clock time as well. Wesley also barely a time advantage over Alireza, and he grabs a c pawn and he looks up at the sky and just like, okay, he's in trouble. This is such a difficult position to win.
Yeah, he was looking up for inspiration, looking up, maybe asking the chess gods to shine on him, to smile, because a5 clamping down. Nice move from Firouzja. Under control for black. This one looks like it should fizzle out towards a draw. 1 minute each now. Wesley, you can see he doesn't have the conviction behind his moves anymore.
Black is better because taking on b2 and after rook a5, rook b3. And then if you move the knight, knight c4, discovered check, or rook c5, knight d1.
Yeah, he's going for something similar. Wow, he's forcing knights off the board. The black knight is poisoned because white's rook would fall to the black rook if it was captured on d1.
Okay, Wesley doesn't have too much to do. He has to grab the a-pawn and start playing as quickly as possible. But, I mean, this is mission impossible here to win this. The game is fast going into a draw, and there he grabs the a-pawn. Simply knight takes knight. No way. No hope.
Black's rook will go behind. Sooner or later, it will go behind the white a-pawn, tying down white's rook, and the white king too far away to help. Yeah, Black's 2 versus 1 majority on the king side will soon start to be pushed as well. This one
Wesley
is
also
elementary
went
stuff.
behind time, but I think he's going to be agreeing to a draw. There is not much to play for. Check. If he goes out, even the pawn will be taken. So there is zero practical chance. And he's shaking his head.
Yeah, and I think he's offering that draw now. There you go. Handshake, and Alireza wins the Armageddon game and gets 1.5 points. And there, with a shake of his head, a disappointed Wesley leaves the board. Oh, these Armageddon games are exciting. They're keeping us on tenterhooks for the whole day. And there we can see the auditorium where the players are leaving, and so are the spectators. And of course, that means we've had yet another dramatic day of chess.
This was a real dramatic day. It was indeed a very dramatic from many aspects, and for quite a few players today.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've seen a lot of unexpected results. And the big one was actually Fabiano Caruana losing with the white pieces against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov in their classical encounter, and Hikaru Nakamura also winning in the classical game against Aryan Tari, and of course Shakhriyar getting a momentous victory. And of course, let's have a few words with him.
A proper shack attack today. What do you say?
Okay, it was a very interesting game. It's, I think something like new idea. I played in d5. It is very dangerous. I mean, it is very risky for black. But I tried to play interesting chess. I see how Fabiano played in this tournament. It was not easy to play solid chess. I just think it's better to play something risky, win or lose like this. I mean, but I think he played very good in opening, but. Some mistakes, and after I got good position in middle game, and I won.
I think chess fans all over the world are very happy with your win today, because suddenly Norway Chess is back on. It's a competition again.
Yeah, I think it's of course a very important moment because Fabi played fantastic chess in first 4 games. Today he also played not bad. I mean, I think something he blundered. I mean, a middle game. Of course, I hope tournament will be interesting, and I mean, another players also will get some chance for first place.
I'll say it like it's meant to be said. The first 4 rounds, Caruana played excellent chess today. Mamedyarov played excellent chess. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
And there we saw a beaming Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, who just defeated Fabiano in a fantastic game. And of course, that victory means that everything gets shaken up somewhat, because Fabiano is still at the top of the table, but 1 point behind him, chasing his tail, is Hikaru Nakamura. Ooh.
Well, this round was quite something, and I loved the way Mamedyarov played, and he was telling this that, well, he wanted to play interesting game. He always plays interesting games, and he's shaken up the tournament by his victory. And indeed, I also can agree that Fabi did not make such huge mistakes, but little by little, somehow he slipped during the game, and it was, of course, very painful for him, but Mamed deserves it, I think.
Yeah, he definitely deserves it. It was a great game by all accounts, right, David?
Yeah, fantastic game. And Jovanka, you mentioned shaking up the standings in Norway Chess. It's also shaken up the world rankings. Fabiano started today at world number 2. He suddenly dropped down to world number 4. And who's replaced him? It's Hikaru Nakamura in world number 2 right now. So, yeah, the chess world is watching this tournament, and everything's happening right now.
Wow, I didn't realize that, but well, who knew? And let's take a look at how today's scores have impacted the standings. And still at the top is Fabiano Caruana with 10.5 points out of 15. Hikaru Nakamura chasing him by 1 point is with 9.5 points out of 15. And Alireza Firouzja also making some inroads with 7.5 points out of 15. And well, Magnus also moving up from 8th place down now to 6th place with 6 points out of 15. As we enter the last 4 rounds, anything can happen, especially people start winning their games in their classical section.
Absolutely, and we see also there that Mamedyarov has really gained a lot of spots in the tournament, so anything can happen.
And of course, let's look at tomorrow's matchups. Ariane Tari will have the white pieces against Magnus Carlsen. Remember, in their last classical encounter, it was a draw, and Ariane Tari sensationally defeated Magnus in the Armageddon. Will we see history repeat itself? We'll find out. And what other matchups are you excited about?
Well, I think I'm definitely, which is I'm most curious about, it's Alireza versus Hikaru. That will be one of the top matches I would like to follow.
Yeah, and for me, it's Fabiano. Can he bounce back? Can he maintain his lead tomorrow? Black against Abdusattorov. It's not going to be easy.
It's certainly not going to be easy. And okay, we've had an incredible day. What have you been most excited about?
Well, of course, the most exciting game was by far for me Fabiano versus Mamedyarov. It was also very interesting to see how Magnus was playing against Anish. The classical game especially, it was engaging. And it was also very interesting to see how Gukesh converted his advantage into a draw to win the Armageddon.
It has been an emotional day with, bounce backs. We also saw Fabi suffer his first defeat. David, what are your thoughts about today?
My thoughts simply that it set up a perfect second half of the event. I can't wait for the last 4 rounds now, just because classical chess keeps rewarding us, and the Armageddon is a nice kind of bonus on top. It's the cherry on the cake. So yeah, long may that continue in the second half.
I agree, David. Long may the drama continue. This is what we want. This is Norway Chess, the home of fighting chess. It's been an emotional day, and we are looking forward to seeing you all tomorrow. Same time, same place, 5 p.m. Central European time. Thank you everyone for watching, and see you tomorrow.